राष्ट्रगान। जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे, भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता। पूर्व पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण, उत्तर पूर्व उत्तर पश्चिम, दक्षिण पूर्व दक्षिण पश्चिम, विंध्य हिमाचल तावी यमुना, कृष्णा सरस्वती ब्रह्मपुत्रा गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा। भारत सर्वधर्म नागरिक भारत विधाता, जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे, भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे, वंदे मातरम। जय भारत। सुजलम सुफलम मलया शीतलम, शास्य श्यामलम मातरम वंदे मातरम। जय भारत, जय भारत संविधान। Another day of life, 24th March 2020. Moving further to criticality of कोरोना। भारत विश्व पूरा घुसा जा रहा है कोरोना में, और कोरोना सर चढ़ा के बातें कर रहा है। कोरोना सबको कह रहा है मैं हूं, अपनी चिंता कीजिए। आप मुझे जानते नहीं हैं, मैं कौन हूं, मैं किस राक्षस के रूप में आया हूं, और मैं आपको किस तरह से तंग कर सकता हूं, मुझे आप नहीं समझ पाएंगे, क्योंकि आपके कर्मों का फल हूं मैं, और इस फल को आपको भुगतना पड़ेगा। कोरोना यही कहता है। दिस इज व्हाट इट सेज। इट इज योर ओन अर्निंग, इट इज योर ओन एक्ट्स ऑफ ऑल सिटीजन्स ऑफ अर्थ। What you have done to earth, I am going to tell you. This is my intimation to you that be careful in future. Whoever remain there after I go. मेरे जाने के बाद जो भी बचेगा समझ लेना आगे से कैसे रहना है। मेरे को कोरोना कह दो आप, क्योंकि मैं सांस से लिंक करता हूँ और मैं सांस बंद कर देता हूँ। बस इतना है, मेरा आपका सांस का लिंक है। सांस बंद करना मेरा काम है। आप में ताकत है तो रोक लो, नहीं तो मैं तो अपना काम कर रहा हूँ, मैं रुकने वाला नहीं हूँ। आप में हिम्मत है तो मुझे रोक लो। बड़ी शान से कह रहा है वो, और हम बड़ी मजबूरी में सुन रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम जानते नहीं है कौन है। ना साइंस जानती है, न इंजीनियरिंग जानती है, और ना कोई जानता है अभी तक कि इसका मतलब क्या है, ये कहाँ से आ गया, किधर से आ गया। ये बात तो कविता से लगती है कहने में, लेकिन सच्चाई तो है ना, ये सच्चाई भी है। हम लोग, पूरी दुनिया, हम ही नहीं खाली, हम तो बहुत छोटे हैं उनके सामने। पूरा विश्व एक कुदरत के साथ, प्रकृति के साथ लड़ाई हो रही है, दोनों में आपस में। पता नहीं किधर से आ गई ये फौज, जिसका नाम है कोरोना आर्मी। कोरोना आर्मी, और इधर है मानव आर्मी। मानव आर्मी बहुत छोटी नजर आ रही है उस कोरोना आर्मी के साथ। अपने आप को बहुत बड़ा समझता है मानव। हम बहुत हैं, ह्यूमन इज वेरी हाई। वी आर साइंटिस्ट, we are engineers, we are professors, and we are intellectuals, but all have failed while confronting this army. This is very powerful, excellent army, unknown soldiers of opposition, unknown soldiers of other end, and it is going on harming all over world. It has entered to every corner of world. दुनिया का कोई शायद ही जगह बची हो जहां ये ना पहुंचा हो। ऐसा देश जो कहता है मैं ही दुनिया का मालिक हूं, उसको भी अच्छी तरह से पीट रहा है। ऐसी अच्छी तरह से पीट रहा है कि उसने भी सोचा नहीं था कि मुझे भी कोई पीट सकता है। मैं दुनिया खरीद लूं, मैं आइसलैंड खरीद लूं, मैं फिलिस्तीन खरीद लूं, मैं उसको खरीद लूं, मैं उसको खरीद लूं। अब आप खरीदिए कोरोना को, आपको पता लगेगा कोरोना कितना प्राइस मांग रहा है। आप, उसका प्राइस है आपकी जान, आपके लोगों की जान। प्रकृति से बड़ा कोई है नहीं, उस सर्वशक्ति से बड़ा कोई है नहीं जिसको हम जानते नहीं, बस कल्पना में मानते हैं। वो शक्ति बता रही है हमको, तुम बहुत छोटे हो, तुम उन चींटियों की तरह हो जो ग्राउंड पे चलती हैं और लोगों के पैर उसके जाते हैं और मरती जाती हैं, आपको पता भी नहीं होता। आपका वही हाल है आज की तारीख में। 8 बिलियन लोगों का, 8 अरब लोग जो अपने को पता नहीं क्या समझते हैं, हम चांद को जमीन पे ले आए, हम मंगल को जमीन पे ले आए, या हम मंगल पे जाकर बैठ जाएं, हम सूरज को अपने कब्जे में कर लें। सोच तो यही है पूरी दुनिया की, लेकिन औकात नहीं है। उछलते हैं, गिर जाते हैं, आसमान पकड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं, खाने को रोटी नहीं। बताइए कौन सा देश आज की तारीख में इतना बलवान है? इस विश्व का कौन सा नेता आज की तारीख में इतना बलवान है जिसको कहना भी नहीं चाहिए कि वो नेता है या नहीं? कोई नेता है आज की तारीख में दुनिया को लीड करे? कोई नहीं है। बकवास के अलावा कुछ नहीं कर रहा। अमेरिका का नेता पे पागलों की तरह बात कर रहा है। शायद पागल ही हो गया होगा, क्योंकि उसे आशा के विपरीत कि मैं दुनिया को लीड करूंगा, खुद को भी गिरा रहा है। आज अमेरिका की वो हालत है शायद किसी देश की नहीं। दवाई नहीं, इलाज नहीं, कुछ नहीं। लोगों को पता नहीं क्या होगा। हजारों में 30,000 से ज्यादा केस हो चुके हैं। और ऐसे भी देश जो अपने को विज्ञान में बहुत आगे समझते हैं, सरेंडर कर चुके। इटली जैसा देश, फ्रांस जैसा देश, क्या करें समझ नहीं आ रहा। कोई आई एम नॉट फाइंडिंग एनीथिंग व्हाट टू डू। इटली जैसा देश जो अपने आप को विज्ञान में भी आगे मानता है, कंस्ट्रक्शन में भी आगे मानता है, बहुत चीजों में आगे मानता है, वो भी कह रहा है मैं नहीं बचा पा रहा हूं, मैं नहीं कर पा रहा हूं, मैं नहीं समझ पा रहा हूं क्या करूं। और बाकियों की तो औकात ही छोड़ दो। हमारी तो कोई औकात है नहीं इन लोगों के सामने, क्योंकि हम तो सोने वाली सोसाइटी है। हमें तो मार जाओ तो मरने को तैयार है। हमारी बात तो मैं करना नहीं चाहता, क्योंकि हमारा कोई गिनती में आता नहीं कहीं भी। हम तो सर्वेंट माने जाते हैं दुनिया में। हम अपने आप को उठकते रहे, खुदकते रहे। हम तो सोते रहे 3 महीने से, 4 महीने से, 2 महीने से, सोचा भी नहीं कि कुछ हमारे साथ भी हो सकता है। लेकिन जो सोचने वाले देश हैं वो भी मर रहे हैं। अफ्रीका में घुस गया, इजिप्ट में घुस गया, जॉर्डन में घुस गया, इजराइल में भी घुस गया, जिसको आप कहते हैं बहुत आगे। और पीटो लोगों को, तुम्हारा भी यही असर होगा। फिलिस्तीन में भी घुस गया, सीरिया में भी घुस गया, जिम्बाब्वे में भी घुस गया, सूडान में भी घुस गया। बेचारे परेशान जिम्बाब्वे वाले। हमारे पास तो कुछ है ही नहीं। पढ़िए कल समाचार होंगे। हम तो मरने को तैयार बैठे हैं। हमारे पास ना अस्पताल है, ना दवाई है। हम तो इबोला में भी मरे और उसमें भी मरेंगे। हम तो जाने वाले हैं। सोच ही ऐसी हो गई। अरे अमेरिका वालों की भी सोच यही है, वो भी वही सोच रहे हैं। आप घबराइए मत। जिम्बाब्वे वाले आपके पास कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन जिनके पास है वो भी क्या कर रहे हैं? क्या कर रहे हैं वो? बस अंदर घुस जाओ, एक ही रास्ता सबके पास है। अंदर घुस के भी उन्हें पता नहीं करना क्या है। वहां अंदर आ गया तो क्या करोगे? किसी के पास जवाब नहीं है। खौर खौर बात नहीं, सावधानी बरतनी चाहिए, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा, लेकिन पता ही नहीं कि दुश्मन कौन है, कहाँ है, कैसा है। Who is my enemy? Where is this enemy located? What this enemy can harm me? How can I help? I can protect from this. I have no medicine, no injection, nothing so far. एक किट बांग्लादेश ने बना ली। देखिए छोटी सी कंट्री है, किट तैयार कर ली $3 में। अरे वो छोटा आदमी भी कुछ कर सकता है, ये मत भूलना। बांग्लादेश जो किसी गिनती में नहीं आता दुनिया में, जो मानता नहीं, उसे $3 में किट तैयार कर दी। आप कर सकते हैं? इतना बड़ा देश, 140 करोड़ का, आपके पास हजारों वैज्ञानिक हैं, हजारों बड़े प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, एक किट आपके पास नहीं है, टेस्ट किट। वो छोटी सी कंट्री जिसकी कोई गिनती नहीं, जिसकी कोई साइंस नहीं, कुछ नहीं, वो कहता है हमारी किट तैयार हो गई, अगर 2-3 हफ्ते में हम बनाने शुरू कर देंगे। चलो कोई नहीं, रिसर्च तो हो रही है, कोई तो कर रहा है, छोटा ही सही। रिसर्च तो रिसर्च है, छोटा करे, अमेरिका करे या कोई करे। बड़ा होने से, खाली पैसा होने से या कुछ होने से बड़ा नहीं हो जाता आदमी। दिमाग बड़ा होने से बड़ा होता है। बकवास करने से कोई बड़ा नहीं होता। मैं दुनिया का प्रेसिडेंट हूँ बोलने वाला, गिड़गिड़ा रहा है लोगों के सामने, उसको गाली दे रहा है, वो चाइना उसको गाली दे रहा है, अमेरिका उसको। इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं आता, बस गाली दे दो। ये वहां से आया, वो कह रहा है तू मेरे को छोड़ गया, तू मेरे को छोड़ गया। बहसबाजी के अलावा कुछ नहीं। लेकिन चाइना फिर भी कुछ कर तो रहा है। कुछ भी आप ब्लेम करते रहो उसको, कुछ आप ब्लेम करेंगे, इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं कर सकते। तो आप कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे। यूएनओ परेशान, WHO परेशान, सारी दुनिया परेशान। ये क्या हो गया? हमारी विज्ञान फेल हो गई, हमारी सारी चीजें फेल हो गई। आसमान के सारे जहाज नीचे आ गए। सड़कों की हटा ली गई गाड़ियां, दुकानें बंद कर दी, होटल बंद कर दिए, रेस्टोरेंट सब बंद हो गया, इतना पता नहीं सब बंद कर दो। उसके बाद भी नहीं गया तो क्या करेंगे? सोचिए। वो नहीं जाएगा ऐसे, उसका नाम ही ऐसा है। खैर, मैं मजाक के मूड में नहीं हूँ, मैं सीरियस हूँ और होना चाहिए। मैं मजाक ना करना चाहता हूँ, ना किसी को चाहता हूँ कोई मेरी बात पे मजाक करे। ये इतना गंभीर विषय है जो हमारी जिंदगी में आया है, हमारे सामने आ गया। और भी पहले बातें आई हैं, लेकिन इतनी गंभीर नहीं थी बातें। मैं जब पढ़ रहा था लिटरेचर को, मैंने जितना भी बोला, जब अंदर जाके तो पहले वाले वायरस आते थे, इतना जितना भी वो आपकी बॉडी में इम्पोजिशन करते थे अपनी पावर का, ये उससे 1000 टाइम्स करता है। और यही लोगों की चिंता है, कंसर्न है, हाउ टू हैंडल दिस एनिमी विच वी डू नॉट नो, वी कांट आइडेंटिफाई, वी हैव फेल्ड टू आइडेंटिफाई। Yes, we have failed to identify it because we do not know what to do, and everybody is in panic. And remember, panic means your mind stops working. Panic means that पैनिक होने का कोई फायदा नहीं है, और साथ में फुलिश होने का भी फायदा नहीं है। दोनों बातें, पैनिक भी नहीं रखो और फुलिश भी मत बनो इधर उधर के कहने पे। सोच के थोड़ा आगे चलो। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर अलग बात है, लेकिन पेशेंस भी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो आया है वो जाएगा भी। ठीक है, तंग करके जाएगा, तंग जिसने मरना है मरेगा, जिसने नहीं मरना नहीं मरेगा। लेकिन थोड़ा सा माइंड को स्टेबल रखना भी जरूरी होता है परेशानी में, नहीं तो आदमी कंट्रोल भूल जाता है, कंट्रोल हाथ से निकल जाते हैं। एंड वी डू नॉट वांट टू लूज एनी कंट्रोल इन दिस सिचुएशन। होल वर्ल्ड शुड नॉट लूज। आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग ओनली फॉर आवरसेल्व्स, for entire humanity and other creatures. Well, other creatures cannot be controlled, but humanity can control itself, and that is still not happening. It's still not happening. This is not time for criticizing others. This is not a time of politicizing. This is time of preserving, because everybody is affected. No blame, don't blame anybody. It came from China, or China, it came from USA, and they are saying, they have said, don't do Cold War, we have avoided. Yes, whoever has done mistake, that is issue to be seen later on. आप बाद में देखिएगा किसने गलती की, क्या की है। आज इन बातों का कोई मतलब नहीं है। ऑपरेशन थिएटर में आप पढ़े, उस टाइम गलती इन्वेस्टिगेशन की नहीं होगी, कुछ नहीं होगा, उस टाइम तो इलाज होगा। और पूरी दुनिया एक ऑपरेशन थिएटर बन चुकी है। डॉक्टर बेचारे परेशान, नर्सें परेशान, दुख की बात है यही नहीं, सब जगह। फ्रांस में डॉक्टर परेशान है, इटली में परेशान है, और कई जगह परेशान है। ठीक है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर अमेंडमेंट कीजिए, लेकिन डॉक्टर भी तो मर रहे हैं। जितनी न्यूज आई है कुछ दिखा दी है, बाकी पता नहीं कितने और भी मरे होंगे, कौन जानता है, कौन बताएगा। नर्स भी कह रही है हमारे पास फैसिलिटीज नहीं है। हमारे देश की नर्सें कह रही है, आवर कंट्रीज नर्सेज, वी आर गेटिंग वेरी स्मॉल सैलरी एंड वी डोंट हैव इक्विपमेंट, वी डोंट हैव किड्स, व्हाट टू डू। इसका मतलब ये है, हम जब से चाइना से आया, दिसंबर से चाइना में आया, बड़े खुश थे। ओह मरने दो इनको, ओ ये खुश। गलती क्यों होगी चाइना ने, आप तो खुश हो रहे थे। अगर कोई गलती करता है और उससे उसको परेशानी भी होती है, आपको खुश होना चाहिए। अगर चाइना वाले मरे तो मर जाए, हंस रहे थे सब। अमेरिका भी हंस रहा था, यूरोप भी हंस रहा था, और हम तो हंसने में मास्टर हैं। आप किस पे हंसोगे? अब किस whom you will laugh now, you fools? On whom you will laugh? Laugh on China. Let America laugh on China. अपने घर में आग लगती है ना तो समझ आता है। अब तो सबके घर में आग लग गई, फायर ब्रिगेड है नहीं, फायर ब्रिगेड है तो पानी नहीं है, बुझाओगे कैसे? यही बात है। कभी किसी की प्रॉब्लम को देख के हंसो मत, उसको सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करो। खुश हो जाते हैं, अरे मरने दो उसको। बहुत से लोग होते हैं, मैं किससे बात करूं जिम्बाब्वे की, वो कह रहा है पाकिस्तान में नहीं है। अरे भाई मैं जिम्बाब्वे की आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, पाकिस्तान को भी सुना जा रहे हैं। मतलब लोगों के अंदर एक माइंड सेट है कि हमने यही बोलना है, हमसे आप कोई बात नहीं, टॉक टू थिंग, आई एम गोइंग टू कीप इन माइंड समथिंग एंड आई विल यूज दैट ओनली। और यही बात यहाँ हो रही है। मैं अब उसकी कोई बुराई नहीं करूंगा, क्योंकि हम अलग नहीं है दुनिया से। हम तो उसी तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं जिस तरफ इटली बढ़ रहा था, जिस तरफ अमेरिका बढ़ रहा है। अमेरिका भी अब वो सुपर पावर वाली बात खत्म हो चुकी है। कोई सुपर पावर नहीं दुनिया में, बातें हैं सिर्फ एक कल्पना में जीते। इमेजिनेशन, आई एम सुपर पावर। अरे तुम्हारे पास रोटी खाने को नहीं, दवाई तुम्हारे पास नहीं, अरेंजमेंट तो क्या है, किसी पर पाओ यार। तो हम तो खैर मरे हुए पहले से हैं, जिम्बाब्वे भी पहले से मरा हुआ है, सूडान सब मरे हुए पहले से। तुम तो यार दुनिया को बीट करने की बात करते हो, खरीद लेने की बात करते हो। अब कहाँ है वो पैसा तुम्हारा? तुम्हारे आदमी गालियां दे रहे हैं तुमको, यार देखो अपने देश में जाके देखो ना क्या हो रहा है। नहीं हम प्रेसिडेंट है आज की तारीख में दुनिया के, अच्छा बनते रहे आप प्रेसिडेंट, आपके जूते के प्रेसिडेंट है आप। हमारे यहाँ तो फिर बात ही बहुत दूसरी है। हमारे यहाँ तो एक आदमी को पकड़िए उसका नाम होना चाहिए, चाहे दुनिया मर जाए, आग लग जाए, कुछ हो जाए, चाहे लोग जो कुछ आप खत्म हो जाए, पानी पीने को ना हो, रोटी खाने को रहे, एक आदमी का नाम होना जरूरी है। वो आप समझते हैं मैं किसकी बात कर रहा हूँ। अब मैं वो बात भी छोड़ देता हूँ। मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि ये भी टॉपिक रोज डिस्कस करना जरूरी है बाकी सब्जेक्ट के साथ। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये आगे आने वाले सालों साल तक याद रखा जाएगा जो भी जिएगा। जरूरी नहीं, पता नहीं आने वाले कितने मरेगा, कौन जानता है। आई कैन नॉट से दैट, नोबडी कैन से दैट। With high intensity, highest intensity going on, this intensity have proliferate and reach to some peak when maybe who knows how many millions people die. Who knows that? Nobody knows that. It's not controlled in time. And who knows what's written in God's cards? Nobody knows. Where are those astrologers? Where are those gurus? And where are those scientists who could predict the earth was going to break? Where are all those now? Those highly qualified pundits, where are those? Who can give treatment for every problem? Where are those now? This means everything was fake. All these bluffed society, these astrologers, these pundits, these what you can say bigger people, gurus, rapist gurus, where are those now? They are doing rape. They rape corona. Best thing, rape it. This means we are living among fools. We have been living among those idiots who just taught us fictitious stories of religion, fictitious stories of where is religion now? Nothing. No. Nobody practices. Everything is closed. This means nature is against us. God is there to teach everyone, human, a lesson. You have to learn it. Learn now. That is what is happening. Well, this is just a statement I have given that this is all our foolishness that is coming against us to tell us this is your act. You have to respond it by dying, by taking precautions, by being in tension, and no one help shall come to you, no other help. You have to help yourself, and only help we have is we have to isolate ourselves. That we are doing, everybody is doing in world, but that is not complete help. That's only a part of help. Maybe there's a time we don't have food someday because transport is over, everything is over, prices are rising, and everybody cannot land. Lakhs and millions of people are out of job. Poor people who don't have food, who just earn 200-300 rupees or few dollars a day. They don't have job, they don't have money, and they say leaders we will put in their account. Who shall put and who puts, who knows? These are all political statements. I don't believe that. Yes, panic is there. Everybody is in panic, and let it go on months, for months, 2 months. But even then, particularly in such countries like ours, you cannot say anything what happens. We are not disciplined country, and we are emotional people, and emotional never pays. Emotion never pays and never pays. Emotions stops thinking. Emotion and thought are different, are opposite to each other, and we are emotional people. That is very much true. And we can say 50% people in world are like us everywhere, because it depends upon tolerance, it depends on your resistance, how can you speak, how can you write, and how can you behave in such situation. And many people get psychic. Of course you will get psychic. If somebody is not used to sit in room all time, how can one sit? You just think of, it's like jail for some people. Yes, it is jail. And those who are used to sit inside, it's a blessing for them, because they want to write something, they want to do something, they want to do anything, means they can sit in room and do it. It depends upon what sort of exercise. Means everybody has different, but time is there. It should be utilized properly. You can utilize it. It's not means, of course, you are in room, you like to sleep, but sleeping also has a limit. Well, that's up to you. How you are not saying you do this or do that. I'm just trying to talk about what's happening around. Means gradually this friend corona is going to all areas of world, and I think hardly some area is left where it has not entered without any visa, and it's going to reside there for a few months without any residence permit, and then temperature rises, probably it goes away when it rises. In our country, it's started rising, it's now 30. At this moment, I'm talking, it's 21 degrees Celsius here, and in daytime, it's around 32, 31 degrees Celsius with sun. So it's going to some improvement. Maybe in few days, it will go 35 degrees. In Gulf itself, it's not that much because of humidity. We have to humidity here, and humidity is friendship with corona. Low temperature is friendship with corona. We have to understand this technical information. We shouldn't panic. If the humidity is 70%, 80%, that is usually in Gulf countries, in Middle East, that is because a kind of environment where this corona friend stays, it can proliferate. It does it. And low temperature is residence area. It is, it's like oxygen, particularly during night time. If you start say around 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock to morning, 10 a.m. or 9 a.m., it's a suitable environment for colonialism corona. It's better for that, but its rise is, it doesn't help this society to stay, to thrive, and this society of corona dies that time. We have to be careful. Means though we are saying complete lockdown, but I have seen sensible nations also like Kuwait and like Saudi and many others who have just imposed night curfew from 6 p.m. to sometime some hours in morning, and that's sensible because that is real time, and in daytime it's probably not that effective as we can say at night, but no problem. When there is no cover, you have to cover yourself even safe points and safe criteria you cover. So we have done it. And generally, I think all states are going to be locked down, and they are virtually. Saw yesterday that it's working to some extent, and particularly in position of Section 144 of Indian Penal Code is working everywhere, but it's not working. Well, you cannot suppress everything in one day. It takes time for people to understand what's happening. In 24 hours or 40 hours, communication even is not complete. So it takes maybe 3 4 days more so that everybody understand what to do, what to do. If people are clear, if they are not been educated, they could be very well educated if you have been very careful for past 2 3 months. We missed that when it started in China in January or December. Since that time, we could be very careful, all could be very careful, but we are enjoying laughing on that country. So no problem, we wasted time. That's why otherwise we would not have seen a single cases. And just now I got a news that one lady, big lady of film, who invited this friendship, and doctors are asking her behave like a patient. Maybe she is talking like big artist. Such kind of behavior. You are a big star. Okay, that is for your home. You are in hospital. Here is dusty room. This is complaint. This is dusty wall. I cannot sit here properly. She forgets that she is in hospital, and this is not private clinic. She has forgotten because she is star, she has money. So people mindset can't be changed. She is there for treatment or for show. She was forgotten that she is a patient there, and doctor asked her behave, conduct like a patient. I just got this news from my news. Miss, what is this? You are not separate, you are not individual. You are a part of public, okay. You are film star, you are celebrity. Everybody is something. For me, a smallest person also a film star because that person is not stealing anything but working and gaining money. You may be big, no problem. So what? This is something different. It is ill state of world. World does not know what to do. UNO is rising now. They are awakening their eyes now. UNO, so-called world body. Now they declare we are going to install a world fund for corona. Now they are saying, till now they were sleeping. They did not say anything. what I say, when there's a crisis, some thinking starts, some research work starts, and that is starting now. Actually, crisis has started now. From where you say it started, they have repaired it. They have killed it to some extent. I'm not saying they may lie, but something is better there now. But it has gone to other areas where people are not able to combat this force. Italy has surrendered. Of course, they can't control. They never expected this would happen to them. A country which doesn't accept death of one person if it is affected other country, they start political politicization of that. In their own country, it has crossed in thousand, many thousand, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. This is official figure. Who knows what is unofficial figure? Same thing, we are also going towards that. We have also entered in three figures and maybe more, three figures, four figures soon. So don't say that you can laugh on others. Never laugh on others, because problem is not waiting only for them, for you also. When there is fire, it doesn't see any limit, it doesn't see any wall, it moves on wall, it goes on wall. So you are no different. You have no solution, that is your weakness. They had no solution, that was their weakness. They played some politics, so they suffered. They did not listen to warning given by some scientist or doctor, and they laughed on that. They arrested that like we do here. If somebody speaks something, government arrests that person. So there's no difference in that conduct, because you don't want to accept your criticism. Criticism is a constructive approach, remember. A person who criticizes other one, someone else, this means that person is a friend to that person. We don't understand this policy. A person who's always with you and saying, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yeah, right, sir, that person is first of all an animal and is your enemy, both animal and enemy. Because one should say no. You do not know value of no, power of no. Yes is positive power, but no is negative power, but very important power, remember. Never run away from negative state. This helps you. Maybe you feel something when somebody says no, but everybody is not fool to say no. There is something wrong in your demand or in your instruction. That's why somebody says no. Try to understand and ask for details rather than condemning or getting that person ill and in jail. That's not a solution, because you are throwing away problem. By throwing problem away, problem will not go away. It shall come. That is what has happened. We do not accept criticism because we are in power. We can kill you. This power only you have. You don't have positive resort, have positive power, but you can arrest someone without any fault of that person, because that person criticizes you. And if you can't accept criticism, you cannot be called leader. You are not leader, but you are just, I can say you are a fool if you don't accept criticism. You may be whatever position, doesn't make a difference. Because if you don't have guts, you can't say, you have to accept everything. Somebody will say very nice you are, somebody will say very bad you are. At least that person is not backbiting you. Just think, that person is speaking in front of you, you are wrong. So you must get that detail. Is you must ask that person, please give me details of your statement. Then you will get some information. You'll get some information. That information may be useful for you. Means, why do you expect everybody follow you? You are not master of everything. You are only superior, that's all. You are not God. You are like some other person. Only got you some power. You want to use that power against that person who gave you power. Problem is that somebody gave you power and you want to use that power against that person. This means you are, क्या कहते हैं, जिस पेड़ पे बैठा है डाली पे वही काट रहा है. Yes, you are just cutting a branch of tree on which you are sitting. Well, it's what I would say. Corona has reached everywhere, and even to very least economic countries, as Zimbabwe it is, or very Libya it has going, and I think Libya is a very small country these days. It's no money, nothing. Current situation is very bad in Libya, like Iraq is in Vietnam. It is rich Iraq also. Because what I am observing is, if you just start from China and go through all cold areas, all cold belt, this is root of corona moving throughout world. And then if through people, through migrants or through some other who are traveling all over the world, I can now clearly say this corona has spread throughout world because of wealthy people. Because of wealthy people, or because of those who are not wealthy but working as workers or laborers in other countries, because they too are migrating. Yesterday I heard news that about this one country, this is Kazakhstan. It has entered here, it has entered Russia. Indians are there, भारत के लोग वहां पड़े हैं एयरपोर्ट पे, काफी लोग, and no flight. They are stranded on airport. There's no place to reside. Those local people do not allow them. They are at home, no flights. There's nothing to eat, no one to respond to them. They are not even allowed to buy masks or some other protective equipment because those shopkeepers are not selling to them. I read this news. Though it's very bad, but this happens. Those are stranded. And at many other places, people are stranded. In Qatar, people are in labor camps. If you go to Qatar, our people are there. Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladesh. They are staying in labor camps. It's an industrial area called in Qatar. And this on Al Salwa Road. Many camps are there, labor camps. Because I have been to that area many times. And in those camps, thousands and thousands of immigrants, workers stay from various countries like Bharat, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and many others. They have been in those camps where there's a material stored, and there are equipment stored, and there's no major facility, but they are jailed there because there's no other way. Those wealthy people who travel here to there to here, all over the world, they earn this friend and go to their countries. There's no check on our report. They just allow everything by a statement. Okay, sign this statement and enter, just like this film star entered. Why airport immigrants or medical team did not check? Because there was a lapse. Big person, big money. They will salute her. Oh, I have met this. I'm lucky. I am meeting this film star. They take it that way. So she has come in and now playing like I'm everything. I'm celebrity. Okay, you're celebrity, but we are people of this country. What I say, these riches are contributors because poor are not roaming here and there. Only these people have money to go to flight, go to this country, go to that country. I am on world tour, this is vacation, I'm going with children. Only rich people can go. So I say 80% contribution about this disease by riches. But they are not helping it. Problem is that. Affected are poor, like me, like you, who don't have much money. These laborers, these workers who have left cities now, they have no money. They won't get money because there's no work. Where to stay? If they stay in the rented accommodations, who will pay rent? So they have left. They're going to Bihar or to UP or wherever their home lies, in Tamil Nadu or in Andhra. They are on way to run away because trains are stopped where they should stay. So they will carry this disease with them and spread everywhere. It would happen. It shall happen. But still, problem exists. No money to eat. How many days can you eat? How many rupees can you have today? If you are no job, maybe you are not paid, that employer didn't pay you, what you do? You have to run away. They ran away. 1 month, 2 months, they have no job. Certainly this is not going to be relieved before May end. It's March. March is finished. April, temperature rises little. May, better. So by May end, this panic would move. Of course, by that time you may get some treatment as well. I don't say that. But this critical period of 45 days or more, everybody has to suffer. And most sufferers are and would be our poor people who eat daily and earn daily. Riches have no problem. Higher middle class has no problem. Problem with those who are staying in slums like Chugis and these workers, they would face problems. And there are so many crores that even government cannot help. They cannot help. Somebody says, I will give you 500 rupees, I will give you 1000 rupees. This is all drama. What happens in 1000 rupees? Just tell me. Can you use 1000 rupees in a month for your food? It's same is again a kind of insult, you can say. These people are expert in insulting public. Either give something which is useful. You have no welfare state facility. We have no such arrangement. If somebody is unemployment, nobody cares. So you are not a welfare state, though it should be according to constitution. So socialism, this is what socialism is. Now you have to understand they are challenging socialism. These fools of this country, they are challenging socialism without understanding meaning of socialism. This is what socialism is all about. You are in problem. State's duty is to help you. You guys, particularly poor people, those who are not haves. Haves means who have wealth, and haves not means who don't have wealth. These are haves not. These poor people, they don't have wealth of their own. They depend on others, people who give them job. So these people are granted status of virtual welfare state by our constitution, and that is socialism. And they say remove this socialism. This means remove these poor, don't care for them. This means is that you want that kind of country where poor should not be treated like human being. We have to know first of all what we have. Socialism, many times I explained, but people don't understand. Society means they are part of society. You cannot say no. If you are rich, you cannot help them. Okay, don't help them. Keep your money with you. But government duty is, state duty is to help them. So it is correct time that nation has to declare that these people would be given this much package every month for their living. Did Prime Minister declare that? First question. Did Parliament ask Prime Minister to do that? Second question. Nobody did that. Speech, and speech. Speeches don't solve problems because you do not know problems. What I say, it's right time that these people should be counted as human beings. So much rupees, so many rupees shall be given to every month or in 15 days. They must declare because they have to eat. Come what may, food is to be given. There is no proper treatment. How many people? 140 crore people. How many kids you have? How many masks you have? No record, no data sheet. What is purpose of state? What is purpose of parliament? And what is purpose of judiciary? All three are sleeping. All three. I am not finding all these, one of these three state to think about that. So where citizen should go? Citizen pays to these three institutions. For what? Why should I pay a tax if these people don't think about me? It's a war, super war. They want to impose conditions on me, but they don't want to help me as citizen. What for you have money? What for I pay tax? You are helping the riches. For what? Riches have run away. It is my right, according to social status, according to socialism, that you have to pay me back what I paid you, directly or indirectly, in terms of taxes, in terms of my contribution to this nation. If I don't contribute as helpers, as workers, you cannot make your buildings. You are paying me few rupees, doesn't mean you are paying me charges for my service. You are not doing your duty. State, I charge upon you, do your job. You have stopped trains, no problem. You have stopped everything, no problem. But my question is, I am staying 600, 700 kilometers from my home in village, and I want hospital services in Corona. How shall I get? Tell me. Am I accessible to that treatment or I am not accessible? Or doctor reaches me or no? My question is that. Or I have to wait for that. Is that enough question? Tell me. As a citizen, I should ask this question. It's your problem state. I want answer. I don't want thali. I don't want ringing thali. I don't want clapping. I want answer. I saw 2, 3 such videos and letters. One nurse spoke on video, complained about they don't have masks. So you are again a nation like France and Italy who don't have gloves, who don't have masks, who don't have test kits. Of course, you did not anticipate that. But what is your solution now? Question that. If doctor is not safe, if nurse is not safe, how can you expect them to treat? And one nurse says, we are not on regular job, we are on contract job. 7,500 rupees, 8,000 rupees, 9,000. This is the salary of a nurse. Shame on to us. Now we know it. Shame on to every citizen of this country who voted this government and these people, and without knowing that our doctors and nurses are working on contract. They don't have salaries. She told we are getting only this salary. Shame then on to me. They didn't know this. But we want service from them. What is this? Means this is salary of contractors. Even a watchman gets around that. Maid, housemaid in some houses get that. How do you expect that? Okay, they are doing their job because of their activity, their assignment, their profession, their all that. But is it right? Why our state failed to consider all these issues? Modi is interested in MP government. That is more important than nation. I don't know what shall I do. MP government is more important than anything else. It's not a criticism. I'm just telling fact. Means what yours? If Delhi government says no flight should come or go, okay, they made a mistake, finish. Why you are fighting with them? And today you say, okay, flights are. So what was difference in 2021? Because it is in my list and it's in your list. Just like, okay, they made a mistake, finished, let it go. What's the problem with that? Okay, we support your decision. You should simply say that. No, this order is illegal. Still you are in fighting mode, not in cooperating mode. I'm not with Kejriwal, I'm not with you. I'm telling you what is happening. Only in this country it happens, not in other mature people country. What happened in England, did you know? People don't have home. I think I told you before also. People are homeless, staying in the streets and roads. Of course, maybe it's cold, but what that Prime Minister did? Johnson ordered, let all these homeless people be moved to hotels. Can you understand what I'm saying? These homeless people in England, in London, they are being shifted to hotels. Hotels of government or even private, they are shifting all homeless there. Is it not worth appreciation? Okay, whatever it is, something at least home cover they have. So why don't we have open mind? Who will stay in hotel these days? Everybody's out. Who is going to stay? No one. All hotels are going to be vacant. So if you can accommodate some people there, accommodate them. What's the problem? They are human beings. Convert it temporarily to some such type of residences so that millions of people can be. There will be many people here in our footpath, on roads, in jhuggies. Consider them human being first, not cats and dogs. You take vote from them. You return your vote now. Let them stay in hotels. What's the problem? Only minister can stay. Only MP can stay. They can't stay. Thali bajao, tali bajao. Foolishness. And people accepted that foolishness. I don't say dan bajao. Why temples are not helping now? Why mosques are not helping now? They are not helping. You close them also. Okay, close them. Question is not that. Question is that government has to check. Just do not say take action against this if they break curfew or if they break this. People are not educated. You educate them. Yesterday you locked down, fine. You think people know it, people understand it. You have to tell them. People are not so intelligent, or people are not so dynamic. You give them a message that they get. People can't understand something. It takes some time, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, that they understand what is this. People sometimes don't understand what is social distancing. They don't understand. Because they can't pick up all these things. Those who can understand, they are maintaining that. Your people who clapped, they did not do social distancing because you did not tell them. They were butting each other in crowd, and those indoor, they were walking, I think indoor, yes, they were rallying with these bells. This means communication is absent. You don't know what you want to say, and they don't receive what you don't know. 20%, 10%, or they receive some message in reverse. We have to act, we have to use this mind. This is not costing anything, but you can use only when you have. Corona is not your friend forever. It shall go away certainly, but maybe how many of us it takes away. That's it. America like country has broken in this weather, and many more people. Italy failed, France failed, German failed. German Chancellor isolated herself, Marcel. So it's happening. Everybody is screaming something, some weeping, some smiling, some losing. What I say, it is very serious state, world state, very serious. If UN has created a fund, countries have to put fund in that first. World Fund against Corona, they have opened an account. They have fund for all. We have to put money in that. Only then fund can be created, or otherwise it's only an account. Just like there's an account for Middle East, there's an account for Palestine, health account, and this welfare account, you can say. But who is putting money in that? Just think of this. Nobody now. You will understand now what is lockdown. Kashmir has been locked down for more than 7 months. You will laugh. You will let them die. Common people would say that let them die. They have faced it. Other countries are facing now, and who knows how long shall we face it. कहने का मतलब ये है, अब आगे चलना है समझदारी से, बेवकूफी से नहीं. ठीक है, एक दूसरे का ध्यान रखना पड़ता है, समझाना ही पड़ता है. कोई समझता है, कोई नहीं समझता है. जो नहीं समझता है इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वो बेवकूफ है. उसको पहली बार में समझ नहीं आता है, दूसरी बार में आएगा, दूसरी बार में नहीं आएगा, तीसरी बार में आएगा. समझाने वाले को समझाना पड़ेगा. हर आदमी एक से इंटेलिजेंस नहीं रखता, तो बताना जरूरी होता है. उसके बाद नहीं मानता तो एक्शन लीजिए आप. उसको समझ तो आए. बहुतों को तो पता ही नहीं अभी तक क्या हुआ है. न्यूज वाले कुछ और ही बताते हैं. वो तो बस सारा दिन जंप करते रहते हैं, उनकी तो बात ही छोड़ो. वो तो बताते हुए नहीं कहाँ पे कितना क्या हुआ. सिर्फ एक न्यूज दे दी, एक लाइन दी न्यूज हो गई, समझाना कुछ नहीं है. सबको अपने अपने हिसाब से न्यूज देनी है. किसी को मोदी को खुश करना है, किसी को कांग्रेस को खुश करना है, किसी को उसको, इसी में लगे हुए हैं. ये नहीं देखते ये पॉलिटिक्स नहीं है भाई. ये प्रॉब्लम है, जो राजनीतिक प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ये विश्व प्रॉब्लम है, दुनिया की प्रॉब्लम है, जो हर जगह जाएगी. तो उसको उस एंगल से सोचो. यहाँ किसी की तारीफ करने के लिए समय नहीं है कि हमें इसकी तारीफ करनी है, उसकी तारीफ करनी है. बाहर में गई तारीफ. हम तारीफ करने के लिए नहीं बैठे यहाँ किसी की. हमें अपनी देखना है. हमें कौन सा राजनेता क्या कह रहा है उससे कोई मतलब नहीं है. हमें समाज को देखना है. समाज के देखना है, किस तरह समाज को देखा जाए. लगे हैं तारीफ करने में, बस एक ही बात, उसने ये कह दिया, उसने वो कह दिया, उसने। आपने सुना है किसी और देश के नेता की कोई नहीं सही हो? हमारे देश में होता है इसे। पता नहीं क्या सोच के बैठे हैं हम। हर जगह हमको राजनीति करनी है, चाहे कुछ हो जाए, हम मर जाएं, हम जिंदे हैं, हमारे आग लग जाए, उसमें भी कहेंगे उसकी वजह से लगे, इसकी वजह से, ये नहीं कहेंगे बुझाएंगे कैसे उसको। तो जिस देश का विचार ही ऐसा हो जाए, क्या करेंगे आप? हर बात पे राजनीति घुसा देंगे, उसकी सच्चाई नहीं देखेंगे। और राजनीति वाले भी जानते हैं इस चीज को, उन्हें अपनी तारीफ कराने में मजा आता है। मोदी बैठा है, जब तक उसकी तारीफ ना हो, उसकी पब्लिक को रोटी हजम नहीं होती, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। हर बात में उसका नाम आना चाहिए बस, और बुराई में उसका नाम नहीं आना चाहिए, अच्छा ही आना चाहिए। कल वहां दिल्ली में लगाया, लॉकडाउन किया, शाम को कह रहा है सब कंट्रोल है केजरीवाल। अच्छा जी, आपने एक दिन में सब कंट्रोल कर दिया? इतने आप महान है, ठीक है, आप इंजीनियर कंट्रोल दें, मेरी दिल्ली कंट्रोल में है। ये क्या है? किसको कह रहे हो? अरे किसको कह रहे हो आप? दुनिया को सुना रहे हो? क्या कर दिया आपने एक दिन में? क्या अचीव कर दिया? एक दिन में सब कंट्रोल हो गया, तो अब तक क्यों नहीं पता? तो आप 2 महीने से मक्खी मार रहे थे, क्या कर रहे थे 2 महीने से? और मोदी क्या कर रहा था 2 महीने से? आपको पता नहीं था चाइना है, प्रॉब्लम है, मालूम था ना? आपने क्या किया? बताइए कौन सा एक्शन लिया आपने? कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया। कोई चुनाव में लगा है, कोई दिल्ली को दंगा करा रहा है, कोई ट्रम्प को रिसीव कर रहा है, सब इन्हीं में लगे थे ना। किसी ने सोचा कि ऐसा भी हो सकता है हमारे यहाँ? अगर ये सोचा होता उस समय, तो ये नहीं होता। पूरा यूरोप चाइना के अपोजिट में था, उनकी लड़ाई हो रही थी। इधर अमेरिका और चाइना लड़ रहे थे आपस में, हमारी इकोनॉमिक, हमारे इकोनॉमिक, हमारे इकोनॉमिक। उधर नॉर्थ कोरिया अपना ड्रामा दिखा रहा है, साउथ कोरिया सब अपना कर रहे हैं। सारी दुनिया उसमें मस्त थी। ये नहीं सोचते चाइना में जो आग लगी हुई है, ये हमारी तरफ भी आ सकती है। यही होता है नेतागिरी जो, इसलिए मैं किसी को नेता नहीं मानता आज की तारीख में। दुनिया के सारे नेता आज फेल हैं, सब फेल हैं। और वो तो मूर्ख बन चुका, यूएस साला पक्का मूर्ख है। उसमें मूर्खता की ऐसी कोई क्वालिटी नहीं जो ना हो। होगा तू ट्रम्प, तुझे बात करने की तमीज नहीं है। मैं नहीं मानता कोरोना को, यहां तक का है उससे मत मान। तेरे मानने नहीं मानने से कोरोना भाग जाएगा क्या? तेरे अपने लोग तेरे जूते मार रहे हैं, बताएगा नहीं। और कहता है मैं दुनिया का कोरोना प्रेसिडेंट हूं। अच्छा है, तू प्रेसिडेंट कोरोना बन जाए यार, क्या फर्क पड़ेगा, दुनिया मर जा तू। मतलब बेवकूफी की हद होती है। इससे अच्छा तो इटली का प्रेसिडेंट, भाई मैंने हाथ डाल दिए, मेरे उसका संभालना नहीं है। है कोई नेता कहने वाला ऐसा? हमारा नेता कहेगा ऐसा? कभी नहीं कहेगा। वो कांग्रेस को दोष दे देगा। यहाँ एक ही आंसर है, अच्छा अच्छा हाँ कांग्रेस ने नहीं ख्याल किया इसलिए हो गया। बेटा जब तुम सीट पे बैठे हो ना, अगर कांग्रेस पोलियो का ख्याल नहीं करती ना, तुम्हारी भी टांगे ऐसी होती, तुम्हारी जीभ भी ऐसी होती। बात करते हैं फालतू की। मतलब इंसानियत खत्म, ह्यूमन फैक्टर खत्म। तुमसे अच्छे अरब कंट्री वाले हैं, वो समझते हैं, एडवाइस लेके काम करते हैं, एक्शन भी लेते हैं, वो समझदारी से हेल्प भी देते हैं, वो फंड्स भी देते हैं। वो तुम्हारे पास तो कुछ है नहीं देने के लिए, अपने आप कर लो जी। कोई सहायता नहीं किसी किस्म की, कुछ नहीं, पैनिक बस। खैर अब मैं इस बात को छोड़ता हूँ। आप मुझसे ज़्यादा जानते हैं, न्यूज़ आप भी देखते हैं, समाचार पत्र आप भी पढ़ते हैं, इंटरनेट भी आप देखते हैं। तो आपको मुझसे, मैं तो खाली रिफ्रेश कर रहा हूँ, कि रिमाइंड कर रहा हूँ कि आज का कोरोना का ये रहा, क्योंकि ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। बाकी बातें तो चलती ही रहनी है, चलती रहेंगी, हमें 2-2 घंटे 3 घंटे की बातें होती रहती हैं। लेकिन ये जो आज एक युग, ऐसा युग, आग वाला युग है, आग दिखती नहीं है, जल रहे हैं हम सब। और पता नहीं कितने जलेंगे, हम भी बचेंगे नहीं बचेंगे कौन जानता है। मैं तो वो दुख सुन के हैरान रहा, जिम्बाब्वे का जो एक स्टेटमेंट आया उस बेचारे सिटीजन का, वहाँ के का, कि हम तो मरने का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक जिम्बाब्वे वाला गरीब आदमी कह रहा है। जिम्बाब्वे कोई बहुत बड़ी कंट्री नहीं, हम भी जानते हैं, लेकिन वहाँ सोच देखिए, ये सोच डेवलप हो रही है कि हम अब बचेंगे नहीं। उनके अंदर किस गहराई तक ये विचार पहुंच गया, अब हम बचेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे पास तो कुछ है ही नहीं। हम इबोला से कैसे बचे हम जानते हैं, इससे तो हमारा बचने का मतलब ही नहीं। अगर एक देश का कोई भी नागरिक ऐसे कहता है और ये सोच अगर हमारे देश में डेवलप हो जाती तो शायद हम बच जाते। बेचारा नागरिक को तो पता ही नहीं क्या हो रहा है, उसको तो यह है कि मैं रोटी कैसे खाऊंगा, मेरा जॉब चला गया, पहले नोटबंदी मार गई, अभी तक उठा नहीं था, और अभी कोरोनाबंदी मार गई, कोरोना बंदी मार गई, अब तो मैं मर ही जाऊंगा। और इसी आदि सोच में उसका दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा, उल्टे सीधे काम करेगा, यार अब मरना तो है, गवर्नमेंट तो बचाएगी नहीं, बिहार में हो गया, इधर हो गया, उधर हो गया, ये बता रहे हैं इतने हो गए, मुझे पता नहीं कितने और मर चुके होंगे। कितने लोग जो बाहर सोते हैं वो तो वैसे ही मर जाएंगे, जैसे मैंने कहा वो तो अस्पताल भी नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे, और कोई बता नहीं रहा किसी को। हमारे घर एक प्लम्बर बुलाना पड़ा हमें कल, मैंने पूछा भाई तू किस तरह से काम कर रहा है आजकल, जरा बता क्या केयर ले रहा है। उस बेचारे को पता ही नहीं कि मैं कैसे केयर ले, आपको बता दूं, कल ही बात मेरी सुनी, प्लम्बर बुलाया तो मैंने पूछा भाई ये बताओ आप किसे, आप हर बाथरूम में जाते होगे, हर टॉयलेट में जाते होगे, प्लम्बर हो तो कैसे आप अपने आप को बचाते हो, उसे समझ ही नहीं आया। अब बताइए, प्लम्बर है, टेक्निकल आदमी है, उसको अभी तक ये नहीं पता कि मैं इस प्रॉब्लम से कैसे बचूंगा, और वो एक्सपोज है इस प्रॉब्लम में। प्लम्बर जो नल का काम करता है, पाइप लाइन का काम करता है, जो एक स्टील फिक्सर है, जो स्टील स्ट्रक्चर से काम करता है, स्टील, उनको समझ ही नहीं है, कोई बताने वाला नहीं है। देखिए देश में टेलीविजन वाले बकवास किए जा रहे, कोई बता नहीं रहा कि किसको क्या सावधानी बरतनी चाहिए। मैंने पूछा भाई तुम टॉयलेट जाते हो, वहां पर कोई आदमी छींक के भी जा सकता है, कोई आदमी उसमें थूक के भी जा सकता है, वहां पे गैल्वेनाइज का पाइप है, वहां पे स्टील का पाइप है, कॉपर का पाइप है, प्लास्टिक का पाइप है, और कई चीजें, टाइल्स हैं, वॉल्स हैं, सॉफ्ट मटेरियल्स है, और पानी है ऊपर से। तो आप अपने आप को क्या सावधानी बरतते उससे बचने की, नहीं पता उसको। अब बताइए, उससे पूछा जो उसका काम करता है स्टील का, उसको नहीं पता। तो भाई एक बात बताइए, इसे किसका काम पता। अब आप सबसे मैं जाके 130 करोड़ लोगों को बताऊंगा, ये तो पॉसिबल नहीं है, ये आपके मीडिया का काम है। आप मीडिया को इंस्ट्रक्शन दीजिए, इसको पहले आपको पता होना चाहिए। ये कौन बताएगा उनको, ये इंजीनियर बताएं, डॉक्टर बताएं, वैज्ञानिक बताएं, उनका काम है। कोई कुछ बता रहा है, आप बताइए, कहीं सुना आपने। अब मैं किसको बताऊंगा, एक ही आदमी को बता दिया, मैंने कहा भैया तो कोई और मिले उसको बता देना। मैंने कहा देखो भाई कोई छींक के चला गया, और ये बीमारी कहती है कि ये कॉपर के ऊपर 1 दिन तक रह सकती है, 1 दिन तक कॉपर के ऊपर, और ये स्टील की सरफेस के ऊपर 3-4 दिन तक रह सकती है, प्लास्टिक की सरफेस 3-4 दिन तक रह सकती है, और भी सरफेस होंगी, गिलास की सरफेस है। अब जो इंफॉर्मेशन हमारे पास आई होता है तो हम बता सकते हैं, बाकी सोच सकते हैं। इससे जाहिर होता है कि जो सरफेस हार्ड ज्यादा है उस पर ये कम रुकेगी। कॉपर है, कॉपर वायर बहुत महंगा आता है, आप जानते हो। प्लास्टिक पे 3 दिन या 4 दिन रुकती है, इसका मतलब दीवार पर भी इतना रुक सकती है, ये उस पाइप पे भी रुक सकती है, ये आपकी टेबल पे भी रुक सकती है, ये फर्श पे भी रुक सकती है। अब आपके हाथ सब जगह पड़ेंगे, आप प्लम्बर हैं, पाइप पे भी हाथ लगाओगे, डब्ल्यूसी पे भी हाथ लगाओगे, आप दीवार पे भी हाथ लगाओगे, आपके हाथ पे आ सकती है। तो आपका काम है कि आप अपना हाथ बार बार धोएं, अपने मास्कों को लगाएं, क्योंकि आपके नाक पे भी आ सकती है। ये बात उसको समझ आई थोड़ी, कहता ये तो ठीक है। तो मैंने कहा आगे से कहीं हम, तुमने कितने बाथरूम में जाना है कौन जानता है, सब्जेक्ट कहीं से भी बेशक ना है, लेकिन चांसेस तो हैं। और ऐसे ही वो जो स्टील का काम करता है उसको भी नहीं पता, भैया बच के रहना। कहता नहीं मैं आजकल काम नहीं कर रहा है या नहीं कर रहा है, सवाल वो नहीं है, तेरा भाई कर रहा होगा, और मैं तो किसी को बता देना आगे जाके। अब इससे ज्यादा मैं तो नहीं कर सकता ना कुछ। लेकिन ये बात मीडिया में क्यों नहीं आती, ये बात ये टीवी चैनल जो मोदी मोदी करते रहते हैं, ये चीजें क्यों नहीं बताते, और मोदी क्यों नहीं सोचता कि ये चीजें पब्लिक को बताई जाए। वो स्टेट का मालिक है, वो रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, स्टेटमेंट देना चाहिए टेलीविजन पे लोगों किसी के थ्रू, ये चीज बस वो मेडिकल का देते हैं बस। अरे लोग काम तो बंद नहीं कर देंगे अपना, कुछ तो करेंगे रोटी खाने के लिए, कब तक भूखे मरेंगे। कहने का मतलब है आप चाहते इंडस्ट्री आपने बंद कर दी, आप चाहते काम मत करो, फिर कहते जीडीपी बढ़ानी है, कैसे बढ़ेगी। इंडस्ट्रीज में लाखों लोग काम करते हैं, तो सब जगह कोई तो बैठा होगा ना, कोई रात कभी तो काम, कब तक बंद करोगे, 1 दिन तो खोलोगे, 10 दिन में, 5 दिन में, लेकिन ये बीमारी तो खत्म नहीं हुई ना अभी। तो पब्लिक को एजुकेट कौन करेगा, सवाल ये उठता है। सिटीजन तो करेगा ही करेगा जितना वो कर सकता है, लेकिन सिटीजन की रीच बहुत कम होती है, जीरो होती है। ये रीच किसकी है, ये रीच इंस्टीट्यूशंस की है, ये रीच स्टेट की है। कोई ध्यान नहीं है। इसका मतलब हमारे यहाँ जो मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर भी हैं, जो कोई दूसरे भी हैं, वो सब मिट्टी के माधव हैं। मिट्टी के माधव जानते हैं ना, शरीर जो मिट्टी का बना है, दिमाग नहीं जिसमें, वो सब मिट्टी के माधव है। और हमारे नेता उससे भी मजबूत मिट्टी के माधव हैं। तो भाई हम तो उस देश में रहते हैं जहां नागरिक को अपनी परवाह खुद करनी पड़ेगी। इनके भरोसे रहोगे तो कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला। ये पुलिस को कह सकते हैं पकड़ के बंद कर दो इसको, इतना तो ये कह सकते हैं, इसको इस सेक्शन में डाल दो, सजा दिला दो। आप उसको समझाइए भाई, घर से क्यों नहीं निकलना, उसको पता होना चाहिए। 100 में से 15 आदमी पागल भी हो सकते हैं, 15 बेवकूफ भी हो सकते हैं। कुछ लोग कहते हैं चलो ऐसे घूम के आते हैं, हमसे घर में बैठा नहीं जा रहा। तो ये बताना आपका फर्ज है, आप समझाइए उनको। एक बार नहीं समझेगा, 2 बार समझेगा, बस खाली इसको पकड़ के जेल में डाल दो, आंसर नहीं है ना। जैसे रशिया वाला बेवकूफ है, कह दिया 5 साल जेल में रहे या 15 दिन अंदर रहे। अरे उसको समझा यार, मानो तुम प्रेसिडेंट हो देश के यार। प्रेसिडेंट होने का मतलब ये नहीं बहुत बड़े इंटेलिजेंट हो तुम, ये मतलब नहीं था प्रेसिडेंट होने का। तुम्हें एक ड्यूटी दी गई है, उस ड्यूटी को इस्तेमाल करो, काम करो। खाली नेतागिरी करने के लिए नहीं बैठे तुम, इस कंट्री से उस कंट्री चले गए, उस कंट्री से उस, और एग्रीमेंट साइन कर, इतना ही काम नहीं होता तुम्हारा। तुम्हारी जिम्मेदारी होती है, चाहे कोई किसी भी देश का हो, कुछ तो करो। 100 में से 50 तो करो। पब्लिक तुमसे अच्छे काम तो करती है, तुम तो कुछ भी नहीं करते यार, धौंस दिखाते हो अपनी बस। इसलिए आज मैं सबके लिए बोल रहा हूं, आज की तारीख में मैं दुनिया में कोई भी ऐसा पॉलिटिकल लीडर नहीं पा रहा हूं जिसको एक्चुअली कहा जा सके पॉलिटिकल लीडर है। आपको शायद कोई मिले तो ठीक है, आपको अच्छा लगेगा, लेकिन नहीं है। सब अपनी में है, अच्छा टाइम सब चाहते हैं कि अच्छे टाइम में रहना चाहिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं चाहिए। और प्रॉब्लम में कोई साथ नहीं दे रहा, मैं तो ये देख रहा हूं, कोई साथ नहीं दे रहा। पब्लिक को पता नहीं है क्या करना है, सारी दुनिया की पब्लिक को नहीं पता, सब अंधे में है, अंधकार में है। तो बात ही ऐसी है। पहले एक टाइम था टीबी से लोग डरते थे, किसी और चीज से भागते थे, अब टीबी का भी इलाज है, और भी बातों का इलाज है, और इसका भी इलाज हो जाएगा। ये नहीं कि हमेशा ऐसे रहेगा, तब इसको भी लोग भूल जाएंगे। कोई नहीं यार, कोरोना पहले भी आया था, देख लेंगे बाद में, तब कोई और दूसरा आ जाएगा। अभी तक किसी ने नहीं बताया टीवी पे कि गाय से भी दूर रहिए, भैंस से भी दूर रहिए, बताया किसी ने? बैल से भी दूर रहिए, कुत्ते से दूर रहिए, बिल्ली से दूर रहिए। आपको ऐसा समाचार मिला? ये कह देंगे सोशल वेबसाइट, सोशल नेटवर्क पे ये चल रहा है जी, सोशल फॉरम्स में ये चल रहा है, ये भी कह रहे हैं लोग। अरे लोग क्या कह रहे हैं, तुम्हें क्या कर रहे हो यार? तुम्हारा काम हमसे न्यूज लेना है क्या? तुम हम लोगों से न्यूज लेके दोगे तो हम ही दे देंगे ना न्यूज, तुम्हारी जरूरत क्या है? अपने आप रिसर्च करके बताइए ना लोगों को। आप कितने कुत्तों के पास गए हैं न्यूज वालों? जाओ कुत्तों के पास, पूछो उनसे हालचाल। गाय के पास गए हैं आप? क्या कर रही है गाय, क्या निकाल रही है अपनी नाक से, कैसी स्मेल आ रही है? आपने टेस्ट कराई किसी से? नहीं कराई, तो आप क्या न्यूज देंगे? कोई वैज्ञानिक देख रहा है? कोई नहीं देख रहा। कौन देखेगा फिर? हम क्यों कह रहे हैं? हमने भी नहीं देखा, लेकिन हमें न्यूज देखी है, आई है, ऐसी न्यूज आ रही है कि कुत्ते मर गए। इसका मतलब हमारे सांस लेने की जो प्रक्रिया है, जो प्रोसीजर है, जो एक्टिविटी है, वो जानवर की भी है। वो भी वही हवा ले रहा है जो हम ले रहे हैं। वो बोल नहीं पाता, बस फर्क कितना है, बीमार वो भी हो रहा होगा, उसको तो कोई टेस्ट भी नहीं कराएगा, वो तो मर जाएगा। तो मतलब ये है कि वो कंट्रीब्यूशन तो करके जाएगा ना अपना, हवा में किसी ना किसी को तो दे के जाएगा। बच्चे को तो देगा, आपकी हाइट ज्यादा है, आपकी नाक ऊंची है, शायद वो ऊपर तो नहीं आएगा, नीचे गिरेगा ड्रॉपलेट, जो भी कुत्ते से निकलेगा या गाय से निकलेगा। बच्चे को तो लग सकता है, गाय तो घर के अंदर भी होती है लोगों की। उनको कौन कहेगा कि आप दूर रहिए उससे, या उसकी पूंछ की तरफ से काम करिए? कोई कहेगा उसको? कोई नहीं कहेगा, क्योंकि उसको भूसा भी खिलाना है उसने, वो तो सामने सिखाएगी। तो उससे अवॉइड कैसे करे, कोई नहीं बता रहा। क्या उससे लोग नहीं मरेंगे? कितनी गायें हैं देश में, कितनी भैंसें हैं, और यहाँ ही नहीं बाहर भी हैं, हजारों लाखों गाय भैंस हैं। आप रिलीजियस एंगल से लेंगे उसको, आप उसको मेडिकल एंगल से क्यों नहीं लेते? इसका मतलब उन पर भी, उससे भी लोग मरेंगे जिसका हमें पता नहीं है। कुत्ते लोग पालते हैं घरों में, किसी को मैंने कह दिया यार बच देख लेंगे, कोई नहीं, मेरा कुत्ता बड़ा अच्छा है। अरे यार तेरा कुत्ता तो अच्छा है, लेकिन वो कोरोना तो अच्छा नहीं है। कुत्ता उसे बचा लेगा क्या? अपने आप को तू नहीं बचा सकते तो कुत्ता बचा लेगा? लोग ऐसे ऐसे इमोशनल फूल हैं, इसका कोई इलाज नहीं है। कोई गोद में लेके बैठा है कुत्ते को, अपना बच्चा संभालते नहीं, कुत्ते को संभालोगे तुम पहले यार। अपने खाने के तौर पर है नहीं, कुत्ते को तुम खिलाए जाओ। मैंने कहा जो यहाँ दूध डालते कुत्ते को दूर रह डालो, मत डालो। तुम्हारा तो वो हो गया, सेंटिमेंट हो गया, तुम दूसरे को मार दोगे। मतलब आदमी को थोड़ा सोचना चाहिए, दिमाग इसलिए होता है। अब महीने का खाना खिलाओ, आप उसको, गाय को खिलाओ, कुत्ते को खिलाओ, कुछ भी खिलाओ, बच के 2 मीटर दूर से रख के आ जाओ यार, खा लेगा अपने आप। क्यों खड़े रहते हो, गाय आएगी, नहीं तो मेरा खाना बेकार जाएगा। इतना सेंटिमेंट, रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट अच्छा नहीं होता। अमावस्या है आज, हमारे यहाँ होता है अमावस्या है ना, आज हम गाय का खाना निकालेंगे क्योंकि हमारी जो आत्मा आएंगी खाएंगी। सोच देखिए क्या सोच पंडितों ने घड़ दी है। आपको गाय को खिलाना है, गाय खाएगी तो मेरे पूर्वजों की आत्मा को पहुंच जाएगा। ये हमारे यहाँ कंसिडरेशन है, हमारे घर में भी ऐसा होता है। कितना समझा दिया, कोई जवाब नहीं, हने हम तो मानेंगे ऐसे ही, क्योंकि पंडित ने कहा है, ग्रंथों ने कहा है। यार वो मर गए, वो गए, उनके शरीर खत्म हो चुके, वो तुम्हारे आएंगे, उन्हें खाने की कमी है क्या? भगवान का खाना नहीं मिलेगा उनको? तुम गाय को डालेंगे, गाय वो खाएगी, वो फिर गाय के शरीर से लेके जाएंगे, उनको मिल जाएगा वापस। इस देश की ये सोच है। बताइए आप, कोई बात में लॉजिक नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है। आपको गाय को खिलाना खिलाइए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है उसमें, हम कब कह रहे मत खिलाओ, लेकिन यह सोच के खिलाओ कि मेरे पूर्वज खा लेंगे, उनकी आत्माएं खा लेंगे। अब बताइए क्या आज तक लॉजिक है इसमें? भगवान के घर में जो है या नहीं है, उसको खाने की कमी है, जो जरूरत होगी खाना उसको जैसा वहां जरूरत होगी मिलेगा। तो तुम क्यों चिंता कर रहे हो उसकी? नहीं जी, उसको मैं खाना भेजूंगा, मैं उनका क्या बोलते हैं पता नहीं, खानदान का क्या कर चलाने वाला हूं, जो भी है, मैं उनको वंशज हूं, मैं उनका, मैं खाना भेजूंगा। ये सोच हमें बांध देती है। और ये किसकी वजह से आती है? इन बदमाश गुरुओं की वजह से, इन चोर पंडितों की वजह से आती है। ऐसे बहम डाल देते हैं जिसका कोई साइंटिफिक आंसर नहीं होता। और यही कई चीजों की जड़ होता है बीमारियों की, उसमें आप बह जाते हैं। कई बार मैं भी वेट करता हूँ, खाना मुझे नहीं मिलता, क्योंकि वो अपनी अमावस्या, आज शायद अमावस्या है, इसलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको। इस चक्कर में क्या करें? समाज हमारा ऐसा है, हमारी सोच ऐसी है। वी आर बॉर्न फूल्स, वी आर बॉर्न फूल्स। हमारी पढ़ाई लिखाई सिर्फ डिग्री और पैसे कमाने के लिए, नॉट मोर देन दैट। वी डू नॉट थिंक बियॉन्ड दैट। हमारी जो खुशियां आप दूसरे धर्मों को कह देते हैं, इस्लाम में ऐसे हैं, उसमें ऐसे है, क्रिश्चियनिटी में ऐसे है, मैं कहता हूं सब में यही है, आप भी पीछे नहीं है। एक ऐसी गलत फहमियां पाल के बैठे हो जिसका कोई इलाज नहीं, क्योंकि यहां तक सोच है, इधर तक, यहां तक, इससे ऊपर नहीं आते हम, नहीं आते। और गाय भैंस की भी यहां तक होती है, कुत्ते की भी यहां तक होती है, इससे ऊपर वो भी नहीं आते, हम भी नहीं आते। और जब हम यहाँ आते हैं ना, फिर हम वैज्ञानिक बन जाते हैं। हालांकि वैज्ञानिक भी मानते हैं चीजों को, घर के अंदर, घर से बाहर वो वैज्ञानिक है, घर के अंदर वो अमावस्या है। और ये हमारा हाल है, घर के बाहर हम इंजीनियर हैं, घर के अंदर हम वही है। क्योंकि हम बट गए अपने माइंड में, हम अपने सोच में बट चुके हैं। घर के अंदर एक फेस है, घर के बाहर दूसरा फेस है, और जब नेताजी करते हैं तो तीसरा फेस होता है। यही दुनिया है, वो इसी को, यही जिंदगी है। फिर जिंदगी पे आके बात रुक जाती। खैर आगे चलते हैं, ये बकवास तो मैं करता रहूंगा, ऐसे ही आप सुनते रहेंगे, अपना भी टाइम खराब करते रहेंगे। कहने का मतलब यह थोड़ा सा, लिटिल 15-20% ही सही, लॉजिक बात करनी चाहिए। हमने कितना विज्ञान पढ़ा, साइंस पढ़ी, आपने भी पढ़ी होगी, औरों ने भी पढ़ी होगी। इतना जो इसको तेज किया है, कितने साल स्कूल जाके, कॉलेज जाके, इसका भी थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना चाहिए। इतना रखना चाहिए। मैं किसी को ये नहीं कह रहा कि पंडित गलते हैं, वो गलते हैं। हाँ, वो एक इज्जत लेके बैठ गए कि हम पंडितों में पंडित ही कहो, आते तो हमारे पैर छू, हमसे आशीर्वाद लो। अब जो आदमी अगर ऐसी विश्वास रखता है अपने आप की, मैं इसको आशीर्वाद दूंगा, मुझे तो वो आदमी गधा लगता है, बिल्कुल गधा। और जो लेने वाला है उससे भी बड़ा गधा। अरे क्या करोगे उस आशीर्वाद को, जो सब खुद ही कुछ पावर नहीं है? तो आप उससे आशीर्वाद तो ले सकते हो जो कुछ है, मान लेते हैं, बुजुर्ग है, बहुत नॉलेज है, बहुत कुछ किया है, लेकिन जिसने कुछ किया नहीं, 25 साल का लड़का है, पंडित बन गया, जाके 75 साल का आदमी पैर छू रहा है, कौन सी सेंस है इसमें? क्या है उसके अंदर? बस पंडित परिवार में पैदा हो गया तो पंडित हो गया? अरे आप सोचो तो सही, क्या कर रहे हो? तो उसको और उठा रहे हो, मतलब कुछ मत कर, जिंदगी में तेरे पैर छूते रहेंगे। मुझे ना अजीब सा लगता है। अरे आगे बढ़ो खुद, और उसको भी बढ़ने दो। उसको तुमने पंडित बना के बिठा दिया, जिंदगी हट कर दी उसके, वो उम्मीद में रहेगा मेरे को पैसे दिया और पैसे देते जा उसको, बस। मैं जाता हूँ कई बार, एक यहाँ काल का मंदिर है, मेरे को जाना वहाँ देखना अच्छा लगता है कई बार। तो वहाँ जगह 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 बैठा रखे हैं उन्होंने, ये दुकानें खोल रखी है पंडितों की। दुकानें का मतलब ऐसे बना दिए, 25-30 जगह ऐसे बना रखे हैं जहाँ पे कुछ भी हाथ में बांधेगा, कोई कुछ करेगा, कोई घंटी बजाएगा, कोई वहाँ टीका लगाएगा। मतलब आप अगर 2-3 जगह तो आपको जाके कुछ ना कुछ देना पड़ेगा। मतलब उनकी दुकान अगर दिन में 50 आदमी 10-10 रुपए भी दे गए तो 500 रुपए उसके पास, उसका काम चलना चाहिए। और ऊपर से खाना तो फ्री है ही, उसका तो जॉब हो गया बिना इनकम टैक्स। और उम्मीद करता है कि मुझे दे के नहीं, गाली देगा। मैं तो देता नहीं किसी को, वो टीका लगाता मैं लगवाता नहीं, मुझे जरूरत ही नहीं टीके की। वो कोशिश करता है लगा दूं, 10 रुपए तो देगा। सोच देखिए, मेहनत करेंगे आप, पैसा की उम्मीद रखता है, भैया जाके मजदूरी कर, पता लगेगा मेहनत क्या होती है। मजदूरी पूजा है, भगवान की पॉलिश करना पूजा नहीं है। मजदूरी कर जाके। और ये एक मंदिर में नहीं, सब मंदिरों का यह हाल है। कहीं भी चले जाइए, हर एक को आशा है, जबरदस्ती आपके मुंह से वो बोल देगा, मन्नत मंगवा देगा आपको। मन्नत बोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं आप, कि 15,000 मैं दूंगा मन्नत। मैं तो आपने मन्नत ले ली, जब दीजिए 15,000। होता है कलकत्ता में, मंदिर में बहुत करते हैं। कलकत्ता में जो काली घाट पे मंदिर है, वहां ऐसा बड़ा होता है, जबरदस्ती बनवा देंगे आपसे। हम आपके होटल में आ जाएंगे, कहाँ ठहर रहे हैं, हम आ जाएंगे वहां ले लेंगे आपसे। मतलब पब्लिक को बेवकूफ कितना बनाना है, आप बना सकते हैं। और शायद अगर हम भी बनाते ना, तो हमें भी फिर ये मेहनत करने की जरूरत नहीं थी। हम भी ऐसे एक जगह तख्त आगे बैठ जाते, गुरु बन जाते, और आशाराम बनते या निराशाराम बनते, हम बन जाते, अच्छे पैसे कमा सकते थे, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती। अरबों रुपए में खेलते, कितने गुरु खेल रहे हैं, निर्मल बाबा और कौन से साबुन वाले बाबा, पता नहीं कितने बाबा हैं यहाँ। और वो आज कह रहे हैं हम हटा देंगे कोरोना। बाबा चैलेंज कर रहे हैं, भाई वो कोरोना हटा देंगे, जेल में बैठे हुए। वो कोरोना, वो साइंटिस्ट हैं, बड़े वैज्ञानिक हैं, उन्होंने सारे रिसर्च कर ली, सब कर लिया। बताइए आप, ये हंसने वाली बात है कि नहीं है? जो आदमी करप्ट है, जो डकैत है, जिसने चोरी की है, जिसने बदमाशी की है, वो कह रहा है मुझे चांस दे दो, मैं हटा दूं। हमारे यहाँ इतने एक्सपर्ट है। एक आता है, गाय गाय का गोबर रख के रोटी पे खाइए। गाय का गोबर रख के आप रोटी पे खाएंगे ना मक्खन की तरह, तो कोरोना चला जाएगा। अब बताइए कितना एडवांस हो गए हम, हमारे पास ट्रीटमेंट है, हम नहीं कर रहे इलाज। तो भाई मैं क्या कहूँ अब आपसे। अब हम चलते हैं अपने सब्जेक्ट की तरफ। मैंने शायद काफी टाइम ले लिया इस बात करने में, अब आगे चलना चाहिए। अबे भैया जाओ यार, तुम क्यों मेरा टाइम खराब कर रहे हो आके फालतू में। हम पता नहीं यार, फालतू आदमी आ गया। हेलो, 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 best get lost. I was talking about management, and I am going to talk about some more quality issues. And first, we like to show you some, can say, some sketches. For example, I like to show, before further discussing that, let us say this is a this is a layout, for example. Just go through, see them first. I'll explain to you why I'm showing all this. Some building is this, and it's like a carport. There's some line work on that. I'm just trying to show means what I want to discuss about this. And there's some structural arrangement on this. It's like that, very very. This is hand sketches all, not computerized. In those days there was no computer, and I did this in 92 or 90 somewhere. All hand painted sketches. Columns are shown here. Grid lines are shown. These grid lines have about 5 meter spacing or whatever it is. I don't remember exactly. This is miscellaneous details. Okay, this is what it says. Just trying to project to you this, and there are other details on this like Yeah, sure. This one. And there's some sections of same. The sections within that root of that ramp. Elevation is this. So another detail, same. These are very old drawings, just still safe. By chance I kept them and I'm trying to share with you these details. Another one is the number. You can see what it is yourself. This is a small, self-contained mini complex. Let's share some details. The reflection of plan. So the building here. This is another detail of some bachelor accommodation, right? It's another complex. Just ground floor plan. Okay? This is just layout of some institution, educational institution. I'm just trying to show you something so that I can talk to you so that you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about some quality issues and some layout, how we do, and I'll check that in field for general knowledge. It's not very much technical, but just actual job we do in relation to our field of construction. This is just another level plan of that. It is the roof of that. Yes. So package of drawings. Another very important sketch I'm going to show you this regarding foundation. If you see this sketch, there's a roof on, and there's a ground below, and there's a small foundation. And this side is a balconies. This is this is a standard detail in one building. You can see this. This is a roofing system, which we don't do here, but this is. And there's a AC duct also shown here below the roof. Suspended ceiling is also shown, and this is roofing system RCC. And that this foundation you can see here. This is foundation. How is it? Protected foundation. Now, so another general detail of that same, but in section. Another detail of same in some different form. You can see the stair is also shown here. Suspended ceiling is shown here, false ceiling you can say. These are all drawn on small pages, A4 size and less size of that. It's not on computer, it's by hand. And this is a shed. Can say this is part of diesel power plant. This is a building, steel building where diesel generators for zero generations foundations are and building foundations. This structural steel shed in which in which power station is available, and these are oil tank here in which oil is stored. This is detailing of isolation, isolation between RCC of diesel foundation. I mean, so diesel generator foundation and foundation. This is foundation of that generator. Alternators there, generators there. These are deep foundations. You can see depth is too much. And there's a pockets here which are shown wide. These are bolt pockets for generator bolts, and there's foundation raft. These are designed from France in those days, in 1983. I am talking not now. This was framed between that diesel concrete foundation and raft. This is steel frame member, a steel plate fabrication to put on raft for diesel generator foundation. I'm just trying to show you. It's not because I'm trying to technical, I'm just trying to show you volume of work for that is required for managing projects. Not because you have to do this, just for information. It is like just given news and like information, only information to know that this goes on in field. This is for gantry that is to work in that area where generators shall work for loading and unloading. This is tank, oil tank. Maybe you have not seen this type of drawings in your life. If you've seen fine, you have seen before, but maybe you can say I've seen this drawing. I'm just going to show you something very different, that is shooting range. Shooting range. You can see this shooting range, long one, about 340 meters. Shooting range. You can see that it's going like this. And then in continuation with this one, other one, this big shooting range. It was for one army base in some country, in which case like this. You can see this way also. You are a little bit confusion should not be there. It's this way. You can say it's this way, and you continue here, and then later on here. It's continuation. This is here. This is here. This is main building, control building, and here this goes. Then it goes here, and like that it moves. Continuation about 300, more than 300 meters long, and at end is this. This is bullet trap where bullets end terminate on sand. It's open one actually. There's no roof on that. I'll show you some details of this. In fact, these are details of that. This is again. Sand fill is written here in bullet trap somewhere. This is longitudinal section of that bit. I will just show you this. This is here to here, this whole. This is that, and these are some chambers. These are further very important details of this. Maybe they are too technical, but it's just for information. So this is section, cross section of that. Armored with plate to resist bullet. This building section. These are just details of that very big project here. Maybe you are getting it. No, at least you can see details without understanding also the problem. It is informative only. And also another one building for another project. This is a stadium. No, this is not stadium. This is a sports hall stadium, which is new one. Just layout of that. This is. I try to see something else also there. Maybe so many kinds still more I like to share today. But then I have to move further on that. Something else. This is stadium on which you have seen the steps are there on which people sit and roof on that. I will stand. Another details, further details and further details. Inside building slash code is there. Got the basic details. I'm going further detail of this joint foundation, the structural steel column and RCC basis on the side after you can see this is a column, structural steel and RCC both together. Maybe you're feeling bored with this, but information is important. This is another detail of scene just to show you. Cover one this balcony inside the shed about 8 meters in height, say 24-25 feet. Sports hall, its name is sports hall. Indoor sports, this square sports and many others. And internal balcony and hall. I'm going to show another detail of same building, just for information, very detailed one. Just seeing is how much time you should have taken for drawing this, and based on your memory and based on your detailing, tennis is there, gymnasium is there, and external services, chillers, for air conditioner, etc. And I'm going to show you now layout of external swimming pool. Here it's all one. It's ordinary swimming pool, but for sorry, for competition purposes. So here's swimming pool. The swimming area, one end is deep and where you jump into pool, other end shallow and where you come out of that, and in between the slope. So you jump into a swimming pool, then swim and come out at shallow end. And there's a tank here, balance tank, in which the water remains surplus water, and there's a deficiency that water is taken from balance tank, which is shade and water filtration system for circulation. That is from various lines are shown. You can see around this pool, various lines are shown, and pumps, etc. You may see changing room facilities on that. You go inside, change your clothing, and for water treatment, for supply line, filters they use, and then discharge to main sewer and pumps, etc. is shown for water recirculation. Acid chamber station for various purposes, and you see these arrows which indicate piping system. Then further detail of this is regarding planar section and water tightness of structure, construction joints position, where different types of different stages of concrete and water tightness by water bar. This is water bar. Certain means which does not allow passage of water through joint, means where you leave one concrete and next day or some other day concrete. This joint in between. This is to stop water passage through that joint. These water bars we call them, or water barricades you may say. This is for both vertical and horizontal use. This is PVC water bar, and this portion where water remains, that's called pool shelf, and here water is called balance tank. This is what swimming pool is all about. You should know this general information. If somebody asks you, or you don't need if you're asking, you should know that it's okay. And this is structural details. Little more details. A concrete is done in this portion. This is continuation to other one. It's not here broken but continues further as it is here. This slope continues here and goes to this longitudinal section, continues like this. Maybe you know thinking why I'm showing all this. I'm not showing it for the technical purpose, but just for your information what is done in field. This is isometric like sketch of swimming pool. It's isometric. You will see what was shown in balance tank is shown, shelf is shown, the slope is shown, deep and where you jump, and you see the climbing platform is shown on that. You go up and jump down, climb down, and come out of other end, the shallow one. It's written that diving board, dive in there. So, and this is detail of surface of pool, outside surface. This is a drain to take overflow water, and there's a light as well here. You can see that it's light, internal underwater light. This is that section. and these are corners or others for specific drain system. This drain system is very important because this is on surface of pool, water goes in and these drains carry it out to disposal areas, and that's what it is all about. And you can see like that. It's a little complicated, but it does work. I don't know why people are just calling. I'm not responding what they are calling. I'm not busy with them. It's another layout of some structure building. This is another layout just for showing typical type of offices. Just layout. I'll show you other details. This is a type of shed, not covered exactly, but shed where, according to sun movement, shed works means there's no coverage, full coverage. It's called pergola in English, Pergola. Is according to direction of sun. Percentage of shade in that area keeps on changing from morning to evening. Means you will get sunlight as well as you will not get sunlight at some part of day. And these are road curves, various curves, cobstone you might have seen, and this small building of a watchman or guardhouse, which is built on every complex. This is pergola, typical. These are timber pieces on these lines, crossway you see, and these are fixed at angle. You can see how they are fixed at. They are not fixed vertical. They are fixed at this angle. You can see this angle, certain degree angle, depending on how use of sun rays. Then this is regarding certain boundary wall of big building, standard boundary wall. This is concrete boundary wall. Is a drilling of this and various details of structures. Just for information, these details are not varying, but just for typical use. Then I'll show you certain floor details, floor junctions, and these little junctions. And I will say there's a door, and on one side of doors, one type of flooring, and on other side of doors, another flooring. And that point where these two floors meet, and that's called floor junction. For example, there's a terrazzo tile on one side. You see terrazzo tile on one side, on other side of door, there's carpet. So this is floor junction, means there's a dividing strip between these two. So marble or terrazzo tiles and carpet junction this is. Similarly, there is another one that is terrazzo tiles and epoxy floor junction. You can see that there's a door in between. So this is that type of junction. I have to see this one. This is a terrazzo tiles and timber floor junction. There's a divider in between, and if you see that one, other one, this is same way timber and carpet, wearing one. And then if you go further down here, you'll find another one, and that is terrazzo or marble and terrazzo marble ceramic, different type of junction, both sides of doors. And here is same marbles as ceramic or terrazzo, and other side is matte well, which you might have seen somewhere. Matte well is there, a kind of galvanized or some of the material mesh with some depth, so that when you just rub your shoes on that, this dust of your shoes goes down to that small well, We call it well, this depth is not very high. This is just in few millimeters. Let us say it is 120 millimeter well, deep well, which is about 12 centimeter or about 5 inches. And you can see this angle is here, this different shape of aluminum angle or whatever. And this mat is called mat. One side of the marble ceramic part, and another side. These are different junctions here. And also, if you go further, you'll find that there's marble and terrace on one side and rubber plastic other side, and divided in between. And then there's a step in that is precast landing, and otherwise terrace and tiles. There's different types, and here's precast landing here, and this is precast tread. Tread means vertical portion of stairs, and this is precast riser, that's vertical portion. You can see this, and this concrete below. This is FS written stabilities, and then standard details of floor junction is written. Just some information is where two different types of floors meet at certain door. This type of, it's not necessary that you can find it this one only. This is just for indication that how to differentiate into, because you cannot meet together. I'm going to show you certain portion of it is its bulkhead of a skylight and some chrome, and that is patio door details. The three details that I'm going to show you. This is I can show you the waterproofing, etc. Water. This is a detail of another fabrication detail of certain skylight. Understand that we fix some deep door or window type of ventilator on your roof slab. You see, so this is slab. You say it's not here. I can show you. I don't know. Not this way. No, this one. This is here slab. Here, this is skylight portion. Here skylight, and this is bulkhead down. You see the bulkhead here. This is bulkhead, and this is elevation here of this section here. So you can see this light is received from this through this a kind of is a ventilator. You may say a kind of big ventilator and slab on your terrace. From there you can take light down. This is hanger, bulkhead we call it, but this kind of hanger from slab of steel and covered with some sheet, and here is light comes, and this is detail plan. This is four sides ventilators, so glazing, sky light plan, flashing, etc. Complete details are shown. This is polysulfide sealant and light frame and glazed panel, which means glass panel. And there's another detail of this. So this is aluminum door at external end. This is details of door. Likewise, and this is another one. Slab and almirah type below. Plastic. Well, that's what I say. Hanger, etc. Okay. This is all details which you will not find somewhere else, and this is framed aluminum glazed doors, glazed windows, another sketch for windows. This is a window. It's elevation of that, how it looks. Similarly, this is a timber door frame. This timber wooden door frame. This is opening of door. The door is fixed. How this door frame works actually. Here we don't do accordingly in this country, but standard bit of this is that it should be flush with whole wall. But we don't do like this here. We do smaller one, but this is standard international detail. Timber frame. So timber frame here. Share one. Yeah. Also shading detail here. Center line of water. This is its complete elevation. This is further detailing. This far. I'm not going to tell each detail, just informatively. It's done. I'm going to show some another type of building, a mehrab. Mehrab means a direction, maghrib direction towards where Mecca is located in every building of mosque that exists on. This is a structure of mosque. The mehrab is shown and prayer area is shown. An ablution area is shown. Ablution is where they wash their hands and legs, feet, mouth, etc. It's air conditioned one. It's a section of that building. This is a dome area around. And then I show them further. Another one that is a kind of small transformer or substation in certain complex. There are two rooms. One is because it's a small building, it has a service building, electrical building, there's a transformer area as well as voltage area in certain complex. This is the one building section. There's a trench, cable trench, and roof, as well as this is a transformer foundation covered one, and this is voltage control room with switch gears are successfully placed in. You know all that electrical areas where control of electric supply is done. This is section final section of building. We can say transformers placed on that foundation and a room, as well as this is cable trench of that which cables move. That and I'm going to show you water tank, small underground water tank details. This is a water tank rectangular. Water level is shown. Outwards actually purpose is to show joint between wall and floor. That's called construction joint. That's particularly important in such water retaining structures. Otherwise, water can leak to the joint because it's not possible to cast walls and floors together one time. So construction joint is very important. And this detail is like curtain wall, which you can say very big aluminum glass door, big curtain wall, structural wall. The glazing is there within many frames of aluminum. Now top glazing and then bottom glazing and middle glazing and all these lines of aluminum. Curtain walling is called curtain walling. Also, curtain wall, big wall, and this is now a changing room type detailing. There is a changing room. There's a lockers location and some other detailing, minor detailing. I just try to indicate for a glimpse. Changing room, as I said, at location of swimming pool, and this is a lockers detail here, lockers location, and then I go to another backing of this, just for information. So the typical details I show other one, not this one. These are few drawings I tried to show to you, just to apprise you of. There are so many more. I cannot show you at once everything. I try to tell you something else. I have many more now. I try to do something else in this stage. Why I'm telling this? Because I want to share with you how do we work in field and what are roles that we have. I'll, for example, show you something specific, and that is from this my own book. And this is now what I'm trying to say something from this book that was written by me long back when I was too young, not now. Yeah, it is a sketches here. And this sketches will tell you also how to check the like it. Oh, yeah, yes, it is there. So, I'll try to show you certain structural arrangement how to do inside and it's like means let us say this is a plan here. You see yourself because I lost original copy of this. These are columns location and we require to set them the shutting and columns model for setting these on site on exact location. There are various ways how to check this. For example, you can see here very light impact due to some reason. There is spacing shown between this. Between both directions are shown spacing of one column to other. How to ensure that on site so that it's in every way various shapes are there. You can see other way. Let us say these are all columns. This plan of columns and dimensions are shown between all columns and x and y axis both grids I call it in our language billing. No, it is on drawing, it is on page, but how to work it on site to set it up, that's important. You have to use these dimensions and various other calculations in this. These calculations may be shuttering elements, what thickness of ply or what thickness of stampings of patterns we use, and we have to set some reference how to ensure that this is laid correctly, and because if it's not laid correctly, it will cause problems anyway. So that's where we have to concern about. I'll explain to you that one because I lost some full sketches. I forgot I Publishe, I think, long back. And this one is another one. Just also to require to be laid on site. We call in our language setting out of this what you see spacing is shown from one column to other column. We closely look at that 5 meter, 5 meter, 5 meter, or some other dimension, and also here side some dimensions even 5 meters or more. Uh, this requires to be checked on site, which is very important whether it's foundation level, it will be at ground level or at slab level. At all levels, vertically, we have to ensure that this is done on site in whatever way. Some of this other one, it just shows you this is clear one. You can see it's not, it's in different direction. But dimension, these are laid outside. How we do that? That is very important consideration in site activities. So different sketch, different shapes are there. For example, this is a different shape, very complicated one. But complicated or not complicated, it requires to be laid, set out outside. And we have to use for this purpose computers or geometrical or finding on-site calculations for ensuring checking and whatever else. This is the shape of this shape, shape of this shape. And this other one sketch, which is very calming, disturbing, I'm live, still they're calling. And this is the symmetrical shape on both sides of both axes, but in opposite directions. So we have to lay out this also. If you can see, dimensions are shown. Center of grid, center of columns is shown. Dimensions is shown both ways. But these are required to be set out on locations at every time, at every work. Whenever you do something at that time, you have to again and again set them. Even at slab level, you have to set them. Set this accurately. Otherwise, your vertical lines and horizontal lines would not meet in a line, but in a different way. So at slab level also we have to take care of that. Similarly, we take care of that by various methods, using featherlight or using whatever. And this is another one they are trying to show you that this is a column actually, forward of a footing. Yes, this is footing. How we do this? Footing is foundation, we call it. In language, it's footing because when there's a separate footing or foundation for every column. In this, you can see there's formwork inside. For example, this is that. Yeah. This is here. Column is here, and this portion is here footing. And one footing, this footing, and these are timber supports. Or this portion will be, this portion shall be concreted, and all these portions will be concreted. This column and this, all timber work, all footings and supports. For some of this is supports, or this supports like supports, and this requires to be done on site, and other these lines showing the vertical check of this column, how to check vertical plumb, etc. We'll just explain to them separately. And similarly, we have this is a system of column fittings, column impact, how to fix formwork and how to fix clamp, or we call shikanjas in labor language. Shikanjas, शिकंजे ले लो अपनी क्या कहते हैं तो but this is that detail discuss with you people. It's all managed in every work, on every work. And then we go to some other. This is, I'm not able to clearly read it well. It's column location on floor. You can say, you can see the sketch. A column section. Column section. I'm just trying to show you what I'm going to talk about now. That is related to this. There's something to the column here. There's a slab below and there's a slab below. We have arranged the formwork of the column for plastering. This is all sides you can see supports. Generally, it's elevations like this are the one. The elevations now see like this. So there's more sketches, many sketches are there. I cannot just put everything now. So you may get confused. I'll show you the sketches later on because there are many sketches left more. But it's not easy to tell you everything. I'm just trying to tell you specifically. So for example, just see this kind of shapes of columns. Shapes of columns different in this case. Cross shape, L shape, T shape. Likewise, a balcony or some cantilever standing wall or city wall. All these bullet points I'm trying to say. Now, I will explain how we do what to do, what we actually check on it on site in this case. I'm going to share with you that one. Purpose of my showing to you all these sketches and details was not particularly to let you know about that, just to advise you that this type of work is done in field, and without such type of activities, uh, work cannot move. These are fundamental requirements, basics of to move work. These are very few drawings, these sketches is shown to you, which were all hand drawn long back when computer was not in use. Still, this is there, but we produce it now through computers. That's the only difference. Previously, it was done manually. Now it's through computers, but requirement is same. And these are very few sketch. There are so many more like this, but I cannot explain to you everything on that. Just indicatively that if this type of work is not done before we move on to start or construct whatever building, there is no way that we can do that. That is very important. There are so many types of drawings. I explained before also. Architectural drawings, structural drawings, services drawings, and in services itself, electrical service, HVAC service, mechanical service, say lift is there, or firefighting service, or fire suppression service, or smoke detector like smoke detectors, or like other drawings, decorative drawings, and furnitures drawing, and kitchen drawing, and many more as such. There's no limit. And then you can say we have architecture, structural services, and also furnitures drawing, other drawings. Now, coordination is one part that we have to do. I explain now. Important is, in addition to coordination itself, in fit, fit ins and fit outs, is they call it. That is also important. But when we start something, we have all documents ready with us. You can say schematic wise in principle, but we don't have working drawings and shop drawings to prepare from these. Later on we start project. But starting project, whatever project does it, suppose I have to start a project, I'm a contractor, for example, let us say, and I have to move through procedures. And requirement in international level is whatever you do, you have to get that approval from a responsible person on whom this project has been listed with, have been responsible for this project. That person must know what you are going to use and that must be approved. Now, what we are going to use? We are going to use on whatever project material. Number one, all kinds of material, all classes of materials, building material, civil, HVAC material, air conditioning materials, electrical materials, service material, gas material, and landscaping items, all that we are going to use. Since we have to use material, we have to use machines, and we have to use all other possible requirements that will give me my building back. These all items of materials are not many, one or two. These are hundreds, and thousands, which means we cannot simply take this item and buy from market and put in. No, that's not a way. Similarly, working drawings and shop drawings, these are prepared by experts. It's like it is electrical and mechanical, and same thing applies to mechanical when there is a lockdown or some other time where you cannot concentrate on your full-time job. In that case, what we do, we have to purchase material from market, all materials. We have to bring devices from market, we have to bring machines from market. But what is permanent? Say, permanent is material and permanent is goods from material world. What you do according to standards, according to procedures, you cannot directly put them. You cannot directly install them. That's not permissible. Yes, if your own building is different, but when you're doing for someone else, as a contractor, as a promoter, or as a government person, whosoever you are, it says that there's some person appointed by owner of that project in capacity as approving authority or engineering contracts language, or he himself honor himself. So your all proposals, whatever you want to present to project according to definition list or no other definition list, that must be approved, and whatever you are going to follow with or drawing with details with, those drawings must be approved before these are brought into use. This is important criteria. That's called in practical language approvals. Approvals means material approval and drawing approval. These two are very serious. Third was around cleanliness, that we can clean separate time also. So when in a room, it's very difficult actually to pass time. So what I'm trying to explain to you, in your room also you can plan out all what you have to do. Maybe you don't find this time or insight, so you have to chart out with approval of your consultant which material you are going to use. On the site, those submissions must be made in due time, or else if there's a delay in approval, there will be delay in your work. So you need permanent materials approvals, you need drawings to work approvals, and you need procedural that you are going to apply with approval. So these are basic approvals. That there may be many more which are not basics, but in complement to your methodology, in your methods, which are going to the material. So material approval, shop drawing, working drawing approval, and relations approval. Those who want to see you, you should find time for them. That's very important. Or else you are not able to smoothly work over your project, for instances. So that is most important point. Means you have to plan, and you cannot simply plan that I give you this material. There is a definition, the specification for that. You have to see documents. Uh, you chart out. You find in market who can deliver you this material, and you have to take quotation from that party. Then after getting quotation and complete details, technical backup, production backup, you can use various forms available for project materials, and then make submissions as given in your form of it, not form. No form is available. You can make your own form. It's not a difficult one, and then your that person who approves will have to accept that, or that person is, if I want someone to use my knowledge, I can give that knowledge only few hours for few seconds, but not as if I have granted you that permanently. That's our way. What I'm saying is, this is first stage. We have to survey market, we have to survey everything, and we are constrained by our budget even. So we have to buy that material within budget, and for that we have to run here and there and get information from vendors or from agencies, and then only we can decide, because it's linked to money, it's linked to your budget. If you decide some material is expensive more than your budget, then you cannot do project. That way, even whatever percentage are fixed for your say 20% they charge, 15% they charge, whatever the charge, it should be it should be correct one means quality material. You cannot see my quality is rubbish and you take my material because I'm giving it cheap price. It doesn't mean that if at cheap rates it happens, they shall not be able to buy this at one. So what I say, then not only this materials will be hundreds that you have to apply for civil material, decoration material, electrical material, and mechanical material. All these materials you have to apply with. You can apply with only when you produce drawings directly or through your services people, as well as you check out your material submissions and you submit them according to procedures and get approvals out of that. If your approved comments come, and you have to work on that also. You want to help them. This is very important point of submissions that I tried to explain to you. It's called actually material submission or practical submission. It was in girls that is very important now before they even understand it. It will happen. So what I say in start itself, you have a big job to move a project. That's what I say. Starting something is very difficult, but something is moving and moving that or keep that moving, it's not that difficult. So you have a lot of work means your mobilization work, your meeting with various people, you have to do homework for materials from drawings and for contracts to mobilize. And these our managers was dealing directly with them. They're not well informed about this. And they keep distance. And that distancing actually keep distancing from project itself. If you keep on going in these issues, maybe you do not need anyone. So what actually we do, we have to do. Now it says something. Whatever you do, you get approvals, and without approvals, don't do it. Because approval is a must for every item. Now I will try to share with you about, we have talked about, quality. We have talked about risk to active measures and also what is left in road. Check it. You work, your labor works, everything happens. Setting out you have to do. How to check it, that's point. As I showed you many sketches, we have layout. Layout means we have to set our land. On that land, we have to set our dimensions of these columns or something, where actually it goes on site. It's not simply because we are given a plot, we have to make plot coordinates are these. On that plot, we have to see where our building is going to sit and where these foundations would come. That point we have know it, but did not set it till now. Maybe after vacation somebody can think this time. In that case, we put anything in our box, in our cooking, we boil, and we start doing that thing. Cannot. You cannot do something like that. You need proper procedure. So I have been given, let us say, 4 points, 4 coordinates of plot. These points are given by some third party who has expertise of those coordinates, and they brought by flying from that point to my point, and that is, you can say, non-web facilities. Non-web facilities. What to do? You get 4 points and you have to start excavation. You call your survey, we call them survey, land survey we call them. जमीन पे जो निशान लगा के देंगे कहाँ कहाँ हमको excavation करनी. These people come, they after excavation, we have told excavation line, we have done excavation done is based on our this settings, all around setting. And this setting we keep around 1 0.5 to 2 meters from our working line of building so that we have working space. We fix on all corners these tags, these pads, and on which we can say this is our this corner, that is our this corner. And through those corners, if we have flight duty or train duty, we can move ourselves through that. But if there's no duty, we have to move yourselves. Since whoever plays on contract and who is not placed contract, those people have contract, they have to do it. It's a job. So what we do, we just from those benchmarks or from those layout points given, we actually fix some pads there so that from that layout point we have different points. Because after excavation is over, we cannot excavate those points. Those are reference points. We take other points on that and we for excavations at the other points. So we have ourselves set those points and start excavation say. Now, when there is a footing, how to fix that point of footing, how to fix that point of column, this requires knowledge. If we cannot fix them after excavation, there's no meaning. So we have to keep their set corner same because at every corner that will be removed by the machine. That corner shall be removed, can't stay there if it's not there. And similarly, if God has otherwise, you just call those people who want it and disturb them for nothing, that shall not happen, should not happen. So what I say is, you have executed, for example, you have to set out your foundation lines of footing. So what way it should be done? You have that benchmark of mix of mark outside on same center line but away from your footing, say 1 meter away, 2 meter away, whatever point it is, depending upon land you have. In both directions, x-axis and y-axis, you have to fix some reference line or thread or string so that you can take a point at that from that one. So how to fix that columns and sides of footings on side? So we calculate like this. For example, we have say 1.5 meter from center line to our mark. We have 1.5 meter. So what we do from that center line, if we can say wider footing, maybe more size. Let's fix a thread or string or line dory, they call it in our language, 1.5 meter from our center line column, whereas column 1.5 at this end and 1.5 meter other to fix our string there. If we are not doing it through light, fix our string and we check how much from shuttering of that footing this string should be. Let's say we have taken 1.5 meters or 1500 mm. That's 1.5 meter, 50 mm from center of that footing. According to drawing, we will now make check how much it is. If we have to deduct, you know, we have dimension this footing and we have thickness of ply of that footing shutter and we have timber, what size timber is and what's the backing timber we have and up to where the thread is outside. So we have to check from column surface or from other surface, the lines of surface, what should be left. 7.5 is 1500 mm minus let's say it's 1 meter footing, so half is 500 mm. Out of 1.5 1500 mm, half 500 mm is removed because size of footing is the half of that geographic axis. Then ply size is set as 18 mm or 12 mm, and then let us thickness of batten. This is how many we are provided, and what is this total is what come. It's not very easy. What should be balanced between form work to thread? That is a question mark. We have to calculate on sides. It's not difficult. We have 1.5 meter from center line. We know it. 1.5 meters is 1500 mm, and then we deduct 500 mm for footing half size. So 500 mm that goes. So it is 1000 mm left and from 1000 mm, we have 18 mm ply. If you remove that also, 18 mm from 1000 mm, and also batten is there, frame batten, there's maybe you can say 300 mm or more, and also another batten there, this is or more. So we add up all this into dimension of putting half dimension, and we reach some figure. Then we use this figure from favorite pair of favor, which is this minus this. So here 1500 minus 1000 minus 18 millimeter minus 35 millimeter of porous, and this is this much. This may not be very accurate, but it would say yes, this is exactly, they should be balanced. This balance must be between string and that line of formwork, which you can measure physically. If your calculation and this measurement equal, or a gap difference 1 millimeter to meter, means this is acceptable, this layout of that one is acceptable, of that footing. First requirement is layout. Then we have to see that this layout works for it, means we have to see side of shutter is vertical or not vertical. We can use plumb bob for that. Plumb bob, we hang the strings of it here, so we can see it's vertical or not vertical. It should be exactly vertical. That's purpose of plumb. It's some material, even some weight you can hang with a thread, so that it remains vertically fixed like this. To hold it, and where it is now, you can see if we can take 2 or 3 readings on formwork, or if it's foundation, you can 2 readings. Okay, whatever figure comes out of our calculation, then you can say this difference should vary that one. So on one column there is footing F, on other one is radical. We can say from footing to that that factory's site or fly, we got same or no. If it's same, it's fine, and plumb is same or no. Plumb in footing should also be vertical. It should be, and if it's not, we have to tighten some support or leave. But we have to keep location as we check by that formula, approximately 1500. Say you can say 1500 minus 500 minus 18 minus 75 minus another one, and then there your distance left is this much. This and that will say at 2 points of footing eventually. And this should be done in both directions, in x-axis and y-axis. And there only, okay, I say, once you confirm like this, at all locations of footings, you can say, and in both direction, not in one direction only. If you are taking, so this is a square footing, one direction you are taking, other direction also you have to do same activity, same exercise. This is, you can say, layman layout or layman checking, because everything cannot be done by through the light or by some other instrument that you say, oh, because this work outside. It's easy to do like this. This procedure is from center, fix some distance, 1.5 meters say, and from that distance, you just fix a thread at that location, parallel to your, you have to mark the 1.5 one end, at other end of 1.5 and string of thread. This thread is now located at your assumed size 1500 gram. Now you have to check balance from formwork to thread. It's same or not as you calculated, because you have to calculate. So you use your formula to say set off distance minus half of form minus footing minus ply thickness minus batten thickness, and minus if something else is there. And what is balance is zero in these two cases, or something which is not known. So then you have to help self and calculate what I explained to you. If it works, its layout is fine, then you have to check its verticality and all dimensions as well. Sometimes dimensions move during work, it should not be, so check is a must. So in that case, then you say yes, of course, now this setting out is okay, and this check in both directions, okay, dimensions wise and size wise. You check it, from you check it, you can say this is work, and you have then to work on other activities. You have to place age of steel and how to keep tight using your spacers or covers. They're very important, and it's also taken care of. Nobody bothers about this. And this is where and you will successfully on both ends. First time you will take a pain, and pain is not everything in life. So here on the activism like this, the approach is different. People are educated, but they can't do on site. They are not unable to. They are not able to understand how to move. So that's why my purpose is just to explain to them how can they move. They should not keep so much defense onto their lives, because I was also a rival to such people who did not help in writing, who didn't help in giving some information. And if you get that one, that's fine. So you have to place steel, you have to fabricate steel and place their cages, and then columns again. Column comes in. We had set foundations, layout. We have given dimensioning, and we have checked plumbing. But what about column? This means again, because this column which is going stub column or small height column, this still has to go in concrete. This means you have to set column also virtually for slab purpose. The column is still should be vertical, but generally it's stepped. Well, no problem, I can accept that, because either the still it was or checked. Time is check. Why should you check for me? Question answer that. Why should you? Now, about this column, we took 1500 in that case, but columns not that big, small size, let us say 300 by 300. Excellent. We know axis line, both directions, center line of column in this direction, and in x-axis and y-axis. Let us say a column is, for example, 300. So let's say 1 meter or 80 centimeter from center of column. Let's say 80 centimeters. Or how much you feel is better is fine. Both ends of this row we put same string, 80, 800 mm leaving from center, 800 this side, and then calculate what should be balance between column form and column back, and that which you can check on site. So we said if 300 mm we are considering, and 800 mm we consider string off from the center line. So we have to calculate what out of this string 800 mm what should be deducted from. We should just sell this of those who are contributing anything. And timber, ply, batten, and of course, the law doesn't teach you that. Law teaches that. No, 800 mm minus 50, 150 mm, let us say. 800 mm minus 150 mm, half of column, minus 18 mm ply. What? 800 mm minus 150 mm minus 18 mm, and there's a batten, some batten of that framing of your ply, let us say 75 mm, whatever it is, 75 mm or 50 mm, whatever you fixed, you deduct that one. 800 minus 150 minus 18 mm minus 75 mm or whatever, and what it should be there. Or if you directly measure up to ply, then don't include this batten. How you do this depends upon that. So you can measure up, apply them verticality. And if it's not visible, then you can take image. You have to see this distance is equal there on column and equal on both ends, because this is your fixing base of column. You're fixing base of form work, base of preparatory work, and there should be only marginal tolerance, say 1 millimeter, because depth of column is not much. So it should be actually same whatever it comes out. To ensure on column and on all columns, not on one column alone. My dear, why these people are unnecessarily annoying? So that's what I would say. And if you get whatever answer from that calculation, whatever figure you get, you have to check this on all columns, on both sides, not on one side. And if works, then you can fix final setting of that column, and and then if you are not casting column, then you have to check position for column. Both in both ways you have to calculate that way, and then you can fix a still of column, bottom and top. And come on, you can go for approvals of this. When approval guy comes, your quality man should show. If that person demands a check, if it's no, I believe you, but responsibility shall lie with you. A simple statement. If I am really by some country, it doesn't mean that when is there, in the arrest me, they'll arrest me. And that's why we are being arrested somewhere, people are arrested, because they don't care of what is broken. So this what happens now. This is one part of column and footing. The similar, if you go upwards, you will find that every frame is simple. And we are at you can say column. We have to do same as I said, set apart something, and both dimensions, actually size of column and right angle of column. So what this side, other side, and verticality of column. Even if you have a 3 meter high or 4 meter high column, you have to ensure that means this plumb is completely same. You have to put access line on both sides as columns, say 1 meter distance from axis, and then you deduct your this size half of column and ply thickness. And to say you have to measure on plank, then you have to measure on plank or on shutters or whatever. You check these three measurements and plumb, and then you can see this is. So you have to do a lot of work in that. Means sometimes it's coming, sometimes not coming. You have to adjust supports, incline supports, or because you cannot change bottom connection, just fix one. You cannot change first top connection if it's correct layout, and if it's not correct layout, you first bring top one to bottom one layout, and then your access mode for purpose of this what I have people do not have access check, they don't check themselves, but then they say they have to wait out. So it's very easy in fact if you know one procedure go to if you do slab also you have to go to do same thing. Means you have to completely shut up the slab area, and labeling you have to done for slab. People don't understand this. You have to check columns before all columns, then you have to start beam work. We start beam work, and then we start vertical side, so horizontal side of beam and slab. This is general procedure we follow, but location is concerned because you have to bring that axis of building floor to slab axis. You have to transfer it by theodolite or whatever studio, or you can take it by ordinary method. But if you take by theodolite, no problem. Again, you have to consider axis there on x-axis, y-axis, and then for each column layer, column row, this way or that way, you have to do same exercise. From building axis, you have to take that from axis, you use axis of building and calculate how many meter this column is, how many that column axis is, you have to take all column axis, and then in both sides of column axis, you have to lay out setting plan. This is very fundamental work which people actually make mistakes with. They don't hear care sometime because people are not very skilled, but This is a must. If you just shift bottom column to top column by 2, 3, say 20 mm, there's a deflection. In the case of torsion, it's not allowed in fact. What column axis should be same vertically and should be horizontally in both ways. Otherwise, there's no use of that column. You may say, well, production is not required, cover is not required, location of column is required. It should be same wherever it is. And try not to change section of column at different flows because it causes a problem, the headache, and you have to change something here, something there. So it's suggested that you keep uniformity in vertical members as well as no attack on horizontal. Because horizontal member people work there without machines for them. You people are richer machines, you can use machine, no issue. But it's not that. Because that we have to be careful. Because screening your work like this means I have to ensure layout at every level, every column, as I discussed with you. I won't allow work without layout, without shape, measurement, and without addition of your fake knowledge of religion or something. You can't do that. Keep in mind every axis is important and must be on site as shown in drawing. It's maybe this way or that way. You start from mind or you start from your leg, whatever way you start, you will reach that destination. That's very important. That destination. I do worry about, but setting out I worry about because I am setting out. So we can say we can move from one level to other level, but leveling is very important here. As I said, leveling, even you are working for foundation, you have a level. It's just like you have a benchmark for this grid line, or you use that free or third party survey to get you fix this on our site. You cannot change that. You have to use that for. Similarly, there's a point of level also which you don't know, you don't understand. Not that we know about that. You understand about that. You see this feels like, well, why, how we do this leveling work? We know what is level. Maybe you don't know about that, but level is very simple instrument. Dumpy level we call it, fix one, and there are some preferences on our site with that survey. So you will consider 0 level or whatever level we or 100 we can consider that. And we have details in foundations. From this level to this level, this is just the vertical height. Okay, so that one we have to check means we have to add on that reference level staff where this graduated staff, metered staff out there, and you see what value is there. We have to add that value to our benchmark reading 0 or whatever it is, and that's our height of instrument. We can say at this height my telescope is this level instrument means telescope is nothing else. There's a telescope in that, focusing lens is there. So at that height we can say we are so much height now. Yes, we have benchmark red value, and to the benchmark we had reading on this staff, leveling staff. That's called at which height this telescope of dumping level is there. So we know that height, and but we want to know height of shuttering at which we have to complete that level we have to calculate. If we are not smarter. So this building is not a stop actually. We are checking this building and we say if carpenter wants a problem of home, we ask this building so soon, better don't cause a wrong. You cause some interest, you give some interest, you take some responsibility, that's what's required. So who will take this? You will take this. So this lens gives you height of instrument, benchmark reading plus this reading, and you want top of formwork, concrete. So what level is given in your drawing? This is this level, or you dimension is given. You find something. Is that you have to establish on that size with nail or some other arrangement on formwork. So that level, which here you took plus, is this benchmark plus. So get this telescope line, which is called line of collimation. We call it in one line of elevation, or you can say telescope line, no problem to me. From that, you have to deduct that level, or that level which you have to fix that value, you have to deduct and read on this stuff what value you want to get. You read on the staff, and where that value comes in your reading, in telescope reading, where that benchmark, so you ask your helper, take it up, little low, little up, little low, little, and by this trial and error, you focus your axis of telescope or x-axis of telescope, horizontal line of telescope, and stay, hold on, this point has come, put a nail there or put something else there. So that is your concrete way. That is your concrete. Again, I am telling you, from that height of instrument, which level you want to get that bench, deduct. But that benchmark should be in same reference to benchmark of ground. You deduct that, and up and down your staff will hold it at that point which you want to get, and nail that. 2 points on each side to take, or on two sides you take, depend upon your smartness of machine, and put some beading there, beading in some sections of timber or something else, so that during concreting this nail is not withdrawn or broken or taken out or some reason. So there should be some nailed lines. Fix my nails, and you can then say, this is my concrete top. It's not simply you can say that means that's top, because better you do that way. Exactly. Maintain level living. If you say no, this is just my, you give any thickness, then this is not professional. So we have reached to that level. On slab, it's done like that. On slab, it's done like that. After this, after that, the point is that we are moving from one step to another step. This is not tedious. This is another step. So what we have understood? We understood we are ready for our footing, and we have put some controls on our column that is in concrete with some support side small supports. Possibly you can take thicker portion of column also in that, if you can, maybe 100 mm, so that you can easily do that column after you do this footing. So you have poured footing and applied vibrator and everything. Not one footing you are putting on, whichever you have prepared. So you can say you have started your foundation work. And of course, before that you have laid all lean concrete, which is not very tedious. You can simply small shutters and lead. Your real work starts from your foundation, which is resting on waterproofing. Remember, I didn't tell you ever. I'm just trying to tell you layout. That's why I didn't tell you waterproofing in this case. It is done according. I'll explain to you before. My concentration is towards layout, because we have to ensure it and check it. We have to ensure and check it accurately, because if waterproofing can be taken vertically later on, but lean concrete or your blinding concrete is not a problem. Even if it is the 2 centimeters this side or that side, your purpose of that one is not design or structural purpose, are just to defeat or fill up unevenness, so fill up gap of unevenness caused during excavation, during dressing compaction. So we are trying to prepare ourselves for structural work, and now your footings, shutters, and steel are ready to be to receive your concrete, and to keep some tie-up wires on this stock column. And generally, services are not laid within these footings, and these footings are connected with beams also. Let us say means structural beams, or you say foundation beams, and we have to prepare same also in this case. And then you can say we have become ready for this concrete. Then concrete is something else which I explained you before. Again, because it's no use to talk every time. Now we are concerned with preparation work of foundation and footing. To some extent, means it's not to some extent, to some extent you can say. Now we can complete this portion we prepared for after complete inspections. Now when we come to column, we have already set column. We can cover column with shutters are still is ready. This person after inspection does and we remove all these irritants from that and keep it ready. And we have complete these designs of broken. We fix them, but we do not forget this is going to fix on your instruction. And my instruction are final and that's right. I'm not a person that my instruction is final. So we have that status ready and we can lay foundation if Texas not only have to I can't do anything that result. So we are ready with our foundation work and we more complete accordingly to the processes. This is one part. Now this inspection method I explained to you for foundations and for stub columns and layout all. This requires to be checked by quality person after you have done it. You have done it or your foreman has done it. You are ready, you are approved, you fill up that form and quality person has to check it. All this which I'm explaining to you must check. That is his duty to confirm yes it has been done. That's part of quality. It was part of implementation of quality work which I explained to you. Now that person has to check all this. When that person sharpens is your quality person, this is not third party quality person, then third party also has to ensure that everything has been checked. Not necessary that that person will check it again. No. According to procedures, you agreed with them on your project plan. Project plan explained to you before, just like safety plan or project management plan. So third party shells, okay, you have done it fine. It's up to them whether or not they check if they are sure they use third party for these surveys and if third party something. So you no problem. And if you might forget someone like that, it happens, but it is duty of quality. I'll explain to you in this one, I'm telling you all this. Then you go further, you check column similarly, small column in foundation column. Yes, if it's basement or something, it's a big column. Or wall, this basement, this wall. But inspection method is same, material is same generally, and control of leakage is same. There's like many reasons out there, and also natural disintegration caused by that country, that country, where we turn our country, yes, our country. The final one. You have to check it as quality guy and then again all four sides. Fix it, we have to install. Top way to fix. Bottom is already fixed and we poured a thicker portion with this foundation, but vertical portion. You have to check first where top comes, location of this column. Same procedure again, 1000 mm you have taken, 800 you have taken, and you calculated this. So you fix in both directions. In both directions, it's a must. Otherwise, if it is twisted one, you won't find alignment of this column. So one is looking like this, other is looking like this. Possibly, so it should be same line all columns. For that, you have to check same again using your thread. I'm telling you manually because it's much better manually. Your thread and I'm even never whatever direct that from this or that. So you are indirectly not helping your user. If yours has done mistake, you have to work for yourself and preserve that work. So that is where units you have to change plumb after that and with all those columns. It's very ordinary work and same applies to beams also. If these beams are connected at plinth level or these are connected at plinth level, I am going to say working ground level. This little below is ground and 2 feet of height we do not value in real life. Then after this issue of column, we have to think of these plinth beams or other beams. If they are same way, we have to fix the axis and we have to check half this way and half the upper axis line is fixed and if half this way or whatever is clear. So it's not also a big deal. And then generally once the foundations are over, yes it is over. You don't forget that those people working outside, I explained to you, those also working on your these methods Here are special learning times where people have lost their lives. Then you go up to preparation of ground floor level, as I said, that's not much problem. Now imagine you're on first floor. I'll explain to you basement later on. Imagine that you are on first floor, so you have to completely repair work of ground floor, repair all that. I mean to say, reinstall all that, all columns, axis, this way axis and that way axis on all columns. On there will be many columns, 300 columns in a building, 400 columns there will be. So all those will be there. 20 column in one row, with the row, I can say this column in one row and other row there is five column. All you have to take from axis of building and then set out this axis on that floor, and then each column you have to see how many meters from that axis is according to time, and you set accordingly all these. Of course, it still is moving up. Yes, later on stadium, but why I'm inclined to say now is because I am going to discuss with you something specific, and that's what background I discuss with you. It's not that this is I have to discuss this. It's because of that inspection background I'm going to chat with you, and that background is this guy. I don't know what this guy wants to say. Mm. So what I'm saying is that inspecting, checking I have to make with, and that's very important one. Yes, hello, good morning. Good morning. Yes, please, how are you? हाँ जी, बस फर्स्ट क्लास बोलिए क्या कहना है? I'm live now. कुछ कहना है तो बोलिए. मैं लाइव बात कर रहा हूँ. हाँ जी, गुड मॉर्निंग, गुड मॉर्निंग. बोलिए कैसे हैं आप? बोलिए. आपने अच्छा किया, लगा रखा है मास्क, अच्छी बात है. आपने मास्क लगाया, अच्छी बात है ना? नहीं, मुझे प्रॉब्लम नहीं है उससे. मैं फुल नहीं हूँ. जो कोई कह देगा मैं करूंगा. मैं अंदर कमरे में बैठा हूँ, मास्क की जरूरत नहीं है और बाहर भी नहीं लगाऊंगा मैं, क्योंकि मुझे कुछ नहीं होना. गलत फहमी के शिकार नहीं हूं मैं. मास्क तो उसको लगानी है जो बीमार है. मुझे किसने लगानी है? दिखाने के लिए. ये पागल लोग हैं और उनकी बातों में आते रहो. डॉक्टर के पास तो नहीं, आप लगा रहे हैं. दोस्त सोचिए, अस्पताल में मास्क नहीं है, आप खरीद के लगा रहे हैं. जिसको चाहिए उसे नहीं है. तो सोचिए जरा, एक नागरिक के हिसाब से. डॉक्टर के पास नहीं है, नर्स के पास नहीं है, हम मास्क खरीद के लगा रहे हैं. क्या करेंगे मास्क का? जो मरीज के सामने है उसके पास नहीं है, उसको पहले मरना है कि हमें मरना है? बताइए आप बीमार हो, डॉक्टर को चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए? नहीं, मेरी बात का जवाब तो दीजिए. वो बोलते हैं उनको छोड़ो. आप सोचिए, आपके डॉक्टर के पास नहीं है, आपकी नर्स के पास नहीं है, उसको जरूरत ज्यादा है कि मुझे ज्यादा है? किसको जरूरत ज्यादा है? आपने तो खरीद के लगा लिया अपने मुंह पे. वो तो जा भी नहीं सकता खरीदने. सोचो ना जरा. डॉक्टर थोड़े बाजार जाएगा कि इलाज करेगा? कितने आ चुके वीडियो. उन वीडियो को हम नहीं देख रहे, हम अपने हिसाब से चल रहे हैं. हम मोदी के या किसी के कहने पे चल रहे हैं. मास्क ही नहीं है, वो कहां से लाएंगे? यही प्रॉब्लम होती है. हम सिर्फ अपने बारे में सोचते हैं और उनके बारे में, जो मरने के सामने खड़े हैं उनके बारे में नहीं सोच रहे. हम अपने बारे में सोच रहे हैं क्योंकि किसी ने बोल दिया. यही बात है ना. इसलिए मैं आपको कहने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं, कुछ खुद भी सोचो. ये लोग तो हवाबाज हैं, हवाबाजी दिखाते रहेंगे, अपनी तालियां बजवाते रहेंगे तो आपसे, और आप बजाते रहेंगे ताली. आपने भी बजाई होगी, खूब कूद कूद के, नाच नाच के बजाई होगी. इसलिए मैं आपको कह रहा हूं, आप मैच्योर्ड हो, एज वाले हो, सोचना भी चाहिए कुछ. अगर घर में बैठना है तो बैठे रहो घर में. क्या जरूरत है मास्क की घर में? नहीं, आप ड्यूटी में आए, अच्छी बात है. आप ड्यूटी पे रहिए, मास्क लगाइए, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा. मैं पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे, आपने उनके बारे में सोचा? मास्क ही नहीं है बाजार में. डॉक्टरों के पास नहीं है, जो जिसके सामने मरीज है उसके पास नहीं है. आप सोचिए, मैं गलत कह रहा हूँ क्या? जिसको जरूरत पहले है उसको पहले मिलनी चाहिए कि मुझे मिलनी चाहिए? तो वो नहीं है ना. आप लोग खरीदेंगे तो वहां कहां से जाएगी? वहां कहां से जाएगी? वो कितने शिकायत कर चुके हैं, लिख लिख के दे चुके हैं, गवर्नमेंट उन्हें नहीं दे रही है. तो खराब तो व्यवहार आप कर रहे हैं ना, उनको क्यों धक्का मारते, क्यों नहीं चांटा मारते उन लोगों को जो ऐसा बोल रहे हैं? तुम पहले उनको दो ना जाके, क्यों नहीं कहते आप मोदी को पहले उसको हमारे को क्या बोल रहे हैं? हाँ? क्यों नहीं सुनते? वोट नहीं देते आप? वोट नहीं देते आप? हाँ, तो डॉक्टर के मास्क नहीं होगा, उसके किट नहीं होगा तो मरने के लिए खड़ रहे हैं। हाँ, आपको क्या पता खाता है कि नहीं खाता है? नहीं, आपने डॉक्टर है आप क्या? आप डॉक्टर हो? आप डॉक्टर हैं? हाँ, तो ठीक है, उसकी कंप्लेंट करो, कंप्लेंट करो। आपने अगर एक आदमी गलत मिल गया, उसकी तो आप कह रहे हैं गलत है, सारे डॉक्टर गलत हैं? देश में लाखों डॉक्टर हैं, सब गलत हैं? अब मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ उसके जवाब में, अब मेरी बात सुन लीजिए आप, आपने डॉक्टर बात तो सुनिए, अब मेरी बात नहीं सुनिए ना। आपने डॉक्टर की शिकायत, आप मेरी बात नहीं सुनेंगे, अपनी बोले जाएंगे। आपने डॉक्टर की शिकायत कर दी ना, अब सुनिए मेरी बात। आप किसी मंत्री से मिलने गए? मंत्री से गए मिलने? किसी एमपी से मिलने गए? किसी एमपी से मेरी बात सुनिए ना पहले, मैं बात इलाज की नहीं कर रहा, मैं किसी भी काम के लिए कर रहा हूं। आप मिलते हैं उनसे? कभी मिले? वो मिलता है आपसे? वो तो फॉरेन कंट्री में घूमता है, वो मिलता है आपसे? मेरी बात का जवाब दीजिए आप, खाली बोलने से जवाब नहीं मिलेगा, बात का जवाब सुनिए पहले मेरी बात। आप मंत्री से मिले कभी काम के लिए? मिलता है वो? तो डॉक्टर को, वो तो खराब है डॉक्टर, तो खराब है मान लिया। आप जिसको आपने वोट दिया वो मिलता है आपके काम के लिए? मिलता है वो? उसको शिकायत क्यों नहीं कर रहे आप? वो जो हराम की खराब से नहीं बोल रहे, डॉक्टर मेहनत करे खाता है। हाँ, बोलो। तो सरकार क्या घंटी बजा रही है? सरकार घंटी बजाने के लिए बैठी है? क्या कर रही है सरकार? क्या कर रही है सरकार, बोलो? तो आप सॉल्व करो, फेंक दो सरकार को उठा के, अगर वो सोने के लिए आई है तो। अगर सरकार सोने के लिए आई है तो उसको उठा के फेंक दो ना, घंटी क्यों बजा रहे हो? किसी के भी हो, मुझे से मैंने कांग्रेस बीजेपी की बात की नहीं आपसे, मैंने कोई बात की किसी? तो मत दो ना उनको वोट, क्यों देते हो? आप ही तो देते हैं, मैंने तो नहीं कहा ना आप उसको वोट दो, आप क्यों देते हो उसको वोट? आप खड़े हो जाओ, आप ले लो वोट। आप कभी खड़े हुए? आपने क्या ठेका लिया है कांग्रेस बीजेपी का? तो उनको क्यों देते हो? उनको क्यों देते हो? बताओ मेरे को। मामा, वो मेरा बाप लगता है कांग्रेस वाला, मैं क्यों दूं उसको? ये फैसला आप नहीं कर रहे हैं। आपको कहां लिखा है कि आपको इन्हीं को देना है? मैं बिल्कुल बोलूंगा, क्योंकि मेरे को हक है बोलने का। आप जैसे लोगों को बोलना सिखाना पड़ता है। आप जैसे लोग सीखने के लायक हैं, आप बोलने के लायक नहीं है। आपने संविधान पढ़ा है? संविधान पढ़ा है? मेरी बात का जवाब दो, मेरी बात का जवाब दो। आपने संविधान पढ़ा है? भारत का संविधान पढ़ा है आपने? क्यों नहीं पढ़ा? चाहे आप छठी पास हो, चाहे आप बिल्कुल अनपढ़ हो, वोट क्यों देने जाते हो? क्यों देने जाते हो? क्यों? कि कहां लिखा है? तो किसने कहा आपसे कि आपका हक है? किसने कहा आपसे? किसने कहा कि आपका हक है? कहां लिखा है ये? मेरे का जवाब दो पहले आप। आपको किसने कहा कि आपका वोट देने का हक है? कहां, किसे, कौन बोल गया आपको? मतलब आपने वो, आपको नहीं पता ना, आपको इतना पता है कि ये लोग बोलते हैं, ये आपको पता ही नहीं कि आपको किसने कहा है, आप बहस कर रहे हैं, आपको पता ही नहीं है। आप ना लोगों, देखो आपको बात सुनना है तो सुनो, आपको बात पता नहीं है, आप अनपढ़ आदमी हो, आप बहस करे जा रहे हो। हाँ, मत कर यार, जाए यहाँ से, बात समझने नहीं, बहस कर रही है बेवकूफ आदमी। सी पीपल दे डोंट अंडरस्टैंड एनीथिंग, ओनली डॉक्टर इज नॉट वर्किंग, कितने सारी से बोल दिया उसने। यही होता है लोगों के साथ, किसी को भी बोल दो, ब्लेम डाल दो बस, ये आदमी काम नहीं कर रहा, ये गलत है। तो साले मिनिस्टर काम कर रहे हैं, एमपी काम कर रहे हैं, सब हरामखोर है, उनको नहीं कोई कुछ कह रहा। एमएलए काम कर रहे हैं, कोई नहीं कर रहा, डॉक्टर काम नहीं कर रहा, वो मर रहे हैं, उनके पास मास्क नहीं है, उनके पास ग्लोव्स नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, उनका किट नहीं है, वो काम नहीं कर रहे, ये काम कर रहा है खड़ा होकर साथ पे। कमाल का भी हद हो गई है यार। जो मर रहे हैं, दिन रात ड्यूटी दे रहे हैं, 16-16 18 घंटे काम कर रहे हैं, वो काम नहीं कर रहे और ये तालियां बजा रहे हैं। लिमिट होती है बदमाशी की। अनपढ़ आदमी पता कुछ है नहीं, बहस कर रहा है। क्या करेंगे आप बताइए, आपकी कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है सोचने की। खैर, मुझे क्या लेना, बेवकूफ लोग बीच में आ जाते हैं, बस बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ भी पता कुछ है नहीं, जानना कुछ है नहीं, जैसा किसी ने बोल दिया बोलते रहो। काम नहीं कर रहे, काम नहीं कर रहे, इनके लिए मर जाए वो, घर बुलाता है, इलाज करता है, उपवास कर रहा है। Well, gentlemen, sorry for such statements. Now I am talking about इंजीनियर को भी चोर कहते हैं, सभी से इंजीनियर चोर है, हम भी चोर हैं, हम भी कुछ नहीं करते, हम जाके दिन में खड़े होकर धूप में काम करते हैं, हम सब चोर हैं। यहाँ का इंजीनियर नहीं करता तो मैं क्या करूँ। Now, मेरा जो पर्पस था इस बात का बताने के लिए आपको, एक्चुअली सॉरी आई एम लैंग्वेज, क्वालिटी हाउ वी चेक on site. That was my purpose, to give you a background about that. Means how practically we can do that. That was only purpose. Say I am going to state something about that methodology, and there's a small text. I'm just speak here in quality requirement, and it is say setting out and excavation methods. For example, item 1 is there. This item is setting out and excavations, and how we have to do, I will speak. Then it is about hand excavations, that is item number next one, how we do. And then it is about checklist for formation, and that is another item I will speak about. I'm just telling, and then it's checklist for blinding concrete is another item in quality that I'll discuss with you. And then it is checklist for concrete protection or waterproofing item, that is item number next one. And checklist for foundation footings, preparatory works, checklist for foundation footings I'll discuss. And then checklist for stub columns I mean to say column between foundation and ground, that is called stub, means small column, height is less, that is checklist for stub columns. And then it is, after this is checklist for backfill works, and then it is checklist for grade slab, means slab between at ground level or plinth level, between beams or between whatever is there. So it's not fixed slab to beams, it's a moving slab on the ground, on which your floor, ground floor finishes shall rest. That's called grade slab. Checklist for grade slab. And then after this would be checklist for RCC column works, means upper columns or super columns, you can use for structure columns. And then you will see checklist for RCC walls works, if there is some. And after that shall be, this is checklist for RCC lift wells. RCC lift wells, wells means elevators, this called lift, and elevator same thing. And lift is a well kind of well, a full height well from terrace or machine room to below ground. It's plinth, below plinth well, means a small deep, the depth is there, pit you call that, lift pit. From lift pit to machine room, this is called lift well. So for that lift well, and generally it is done by RCC. Of course here they don't use RCC, but actually should done RCC for structural safety. Then if you say, then it is checklist for RCC longitudinal stair works. RCC longitudinal, I mean to say, there are two types of stairs. One which is, on right, the width of stair. If your support is width of stair, that is not longitudinal. Your support is this way, waist of slab. If you are supporting structurally basement inclined portion of stair, That's called flight waste. If you support that structurally, that is checklist for RCC, longitudinal stair, and after that, it is checklist for RCC suspended slab. When I say suspended means every slab is suspended in one, like a room slab or other, because this was in suspension, suspended on columns or beams or wherever. So it is called RCC suspended slab, and we have to see checklist of that. And after that, it is your checklist for RCC pedestal footings. Pedestal footings is another one, means where we cannot say it is column, we call it pedestal. So steel frame particularly, steel or structural steel, where there's in place of columns and beams. It's not RCC column, not concrete columns, but structural steel framing that generally rests not on a structural grill for grillage foundation, but on RCC footings or foundations. For that, we'll see, discuss this one. And I'm just trying to tell you titles I'm going to discuss with you, because there are so many elements that are done. The checklist for RCC footings, and there's blocks for steel framing blocks footings. And for steel framing, is that means for framing, these are blocks that we will explain to you later on. This is long steel frames, and then we say checklist for RCC for generator, you can say diesel type DC generators and alternator, just like I showed to you sketch of that diesel generator substation or production power station, actually checklist for that type of mass work, massive block, and in which there is fabrication of steel, lamina, and generator foundation all. And then I say checklist for RCC fair face structural work. Fair face structural work on which no finishing item is going to be placed in, but fair face means that face is architectural exposition to view of everyone. That is checklist for RCC fair face. Actually, maybe don't take it for granted. This is a fair face means architecture. This is structural work in a different way. And then the checklist for RCC architectural finish work means there is some finishes and structures which are seen as different type of decorative finishes without carrying any further finishes. And checklist of RCC hoodie slab work. Hoodie means HURDY. This is means a kind of different types of supporting slab, hoodie slab, where the slab thickness is very little, but there's a hoodie beams below. Hoodie beams means a specific type of slab it is, and generally it is used in Arab world. They call it our kind. I have seen that, but it's specific and very light work it is, but little complicated. But in this, your exposed ceiling is plain finish. It's not having any beams seen or no drop beams, but plain beams, and shuttering for this is not bad. One is even. Only to move further to checklist for RCC sloping portion, floor slab work. Sloping floor slab. That's one. Generally, it is seen on stair covers. Many buildings, there's a stair termination on Barsati, and particularly on Barsati, generally we keep inclined or big slopes so that there's no need of any horizontal floor on that. And there's a checklist for RCC sloping portion, suspended slope versus 6, and then we go further move to another title, and that is checklist for RCC heavy compressor foundation work. Compressor foundation is a big foundation, and compressor itself is a big machine. It's vibrating machine, and it creates vibration in structures, and for that purpose it's a big foundation, heavy foundation we call it. Heaviness, and this is not light foundation. It requires a lot of consideration on that. We'll discuss, and already discuss, but further I'll discuss. I've done this in field practically. I'll see that one later on, that checklist for RCC tabletop column works, and tabletop means a kind of superstructure, a foundation type on which heavy equipment or machines directly are stationed on that's tabletop as column, and I will discuss later on. And checklist for RCC tabletop works, and RCC tabletop, same kind of tabletop but different capacity. And checklist for below ground RCC swimming pool work. As I showed to you some swimming pool drawing, this is below ground RCC swimming pool work. What we have to ensure in that, because there are base slab and there are many other walls and balance tank. So everything requires, every element of component requires different type of management of quality. So then we say checklist for firing or shooting range. I showed to you that shooting range, long one 330 meters length, what we have to ensure how it works, what components are there. You see, like main building, there are RCC, framing is there, in the pistol range, and frame structure, and outdoor range, and frame structure, and bullet trap chamber where sand is, and target pits, and underground passage pits like baffle walls, and also gantries, all that. We have to see how we can manage that. And then we can say checklist for foundation footings, ordinary one. What we can show, I showed you footings, how to do that one. Then about checklist for stub columns, means that column I just discussed with you, from foundation to length level. What about that? And then yes, coming to then checklist for grade slab, is just a floating slab. I talked to you. What I have checked that. Let us see. Checklist for RCC columns, the concrete pour is of course full column height we are talking here. What we must understand in doing that. And of course that will be checklist for RCC walls and concrete pour. RCC wall generally I have not seen here. People don't believe in RCC wall, but these are structurally better than your brickwork, because these can take horizontal forces, wind forces, as well as seismic shear, and these can act as shear walls also. So it's not a big mistake, it's right. But I don't know, people have different opinion here. And checklist for RCC lift well walls, as I said before, this is in combination of something else. A previous item is there, and this item is there. So there are different connections also between two checklists. And then there's also connection checklist for RCC longitudinal stay, because various other activities or items are connected to that one. And then we say checklist for RCC suspended slabs. As I said, there's another connection to that one, how you ensure that is done. And followed by that is for RCC pedestal footing and other preparatory works, how to ensure that, because one is item and one is dependent item on previous item. So this is duplication going on in inspections for different items. Because checklist for RCC checklist for RCC coatings blocks or concrete pours, coating blocks. And if you go further down, the checklist for RCC for DC generators are same thing as I showed before. There are various combinations of these items, and I will discuss them one by one next time, because if I start this, I will not be able to complete one or two. So there is no meaning just to start at different. So these are all repeating, and there are about, I can say, many items in that way, and all are linked together. This is says that the one was saying ITP inspection and test plans. So after this checklist, I speak this later on. ITP's inspection and test plans. Now this which I explained will discuss what is foregoing posting. This posting to try to understand some to some extent various quality controls. That is purpose of that. How to understand procedure of quality controls in form of checklist, and checklists have been little explained for those young engineers. In field, experienced engineers produce such lists point-wise and that are approved after incorporating required points of inspections. Now, these ITPs, so inspection test plans, would be required for final checkup of all items essential for inspections and approvals. These plans shall carry relevant tests and inspections, rows and columns depending on defined or included activities. These plans shall also contain hold and release points as well as test checks and surveillance points. All activities shall be dealt in accordingly. These ITPs projections of requirements shall also be projected on construction method statements and in part of QA mix area. Now, number of ITPs are saying is it is big issue to decide number of ITPs. Hence, how many inspections should be planned for project. Now, it depends on experience, or based on experience and work's interest. It's been seen that excessive inspections do not cater for a good quality requirement controls. Inspections should be conducted in a proposing manner by construction personnel or construction site personnel can say inspection should be conducted in a decisive manner by construction quality personnel. Inspection should be conducted in a supervisory manner, supervising manner by a consulting quality personnel. Inspection should be conducted in a surveillance manner by consulting quality personnel. And all these personnel must be given procedural opportunities to share responsibility at various levels. So there are levels which I am saying is, let's say, this is decisive manner, proposing manner, decisive manner, supervising manner, surveillance manners. These manners itself classify what level of inspection should be made. Now, all relevant personnel must be allowed or given procedural opportunities to share responsibilities at various levels. It may not be necessary to create hundreds of work items for thorough technical inspection when all method statements have been approved. Excessive scheme for inspections may allow hold points that would jeopardize progress on works, while simultaneously minimum level of inspections may jeopardize work qualities. Now, moderation must be calculated to keep inspections in such an optimum style that least paperwork is required with maximum level of quality achievement. That's the criteria. That's the goal which one has to. Means various levels are there for inspection. Everything should not be recorded but controlled. Means moderation must be calculated to keep inspection in such an optimum style that least paperwork is required with maximum level of quality achievement. A work input should build a degree of confidence. Work input should build a degree of confidence in construction personnel, while engineer and must enjoy trust. Means engineer and must enjoy trust of all personnel involved with project. So trust building is very important. It's not alone paperwork, it's trust as well that equally pays. Means it creates a cordial environment to trust each other, and trust can be built only when you do quality work. You yourself have quality personality. ITP should be approved and sequenced in such a way that progress should move smoothly with minimum hold points. Minimum hold points. This is very important term. While surveillance should keep overall inspection eyes. That's what it wants to say. which you should understand this point, what they are talking about. Hold points. Do you know hold points? Hold का मतलब पकड़ लो, hold लो. When we say hold something, what do you mean by that? This means you are moving or stop temporarily until we say we give you green light. So signals are hold point, traffic signals. Stop at red light. Wait, then we go warning, wait, and green light. Look, this is hold point. Same hold point applies to industry of construction. Hey, hold it here, I'll come. Hold, stop, I'll come see what you've done. After that, I say, okay or okay, then you move forward. That hold point should be minimal because it consumes your time and my time. So I will define together with your opinion where should be hold point and where should be surveillance only and where should be detailed inspection. This is what is important. I am walking on site and seeing what you are doing. I think you're fine. I'll move forward. I won't object you. But when you call me for inspection, that is detailed inspection. We have to see one by one everything. That one must be minimized. It doesn't mean that we are not paper there for that, but we are there. Some work on paper, some work here, some work by speech, and some work by walking. There are many stages. If I walk, so I can say this work is bad, you do it carefully, what's wrong with that? Yeah, you're not doing right, do it right. But I have to come back to inspection. If you don't do, I'll note. I did not do that. Finish. Why to let that person sit and wait for me? So there is a classification of inspections. That is what we have to understand. It varies from individual to individual. It varies from project to project. Means we have to keep in mind that there is schedule to complete that project. That is where we are supposed to work with. And again, someone is there. These people, guys, to do. Hello, are you there? Hello. Good morning, Satpal. Good morning. Good morning. Namaskar. Hello. Hello. Good morning. You're not listening? सुनाई नहीं दे रहा आपको? अरे सो रहे हो तो मत बोलो यार. Annoying people. If you don't respond, they mind. If they come to see your face, what is on my face, I don't know. भारत इसलिए बर्बाद हो रहा है. ऊपर से लेकर सारे के सारे गधे हैं. अपना भी टाइम खराब करना, दूसरे का भी खराब करना. या तो बात करो यार, कुछ बात करनी है तो उससे बहस हो बिना मतलब जानता मानता कुछ नहीं, आ गया बात कर रहे हैं. मेरे को डॉक्टर ने पैसे मांगे हैं, बताइए क्या बात है उसकी. खैर, हमें टाइम बचाना है प्रोजेक्ट का. सॉरी, वी हैव टू मेक सेविंग ऑफ टाइम. वी हैव टू increase our efficiency because we are dedicated to the project. We are not going there for half an hour. As I am big consultant, we are stationed here somewhere. Project may be big, but we are there day and night. We are there. What for? To drink? No, for project. Project work moves round the clock. Sometimes round the clock moves. Big projects, they don't sleep because there is delivery time. And if you don't deliver that, there's a big client possibly. They have to commission that one. They have to trial that one, then to produce, manufacture, start manufacturing. And if they don't start manufacturing, they might have national or international agreement with our companies for delivery of their production. And if you don't meet that, they may be imposed with penalty, and we will impose penalty, liquidated damages if it is delayed even for 1 day. If say project is big one, 100 crores, 500 crores, examples, and there's a delivery, late delivery, 10 days late delivery, there's a liquidated damage, you have to pay that one up to 10%, and sometimes it's up to 15% mechanical projects. So 10% maximum is there, but you lose. So why to lose? You plan accordingly, maximize activities of construction and optimize quality activities. and full standards of safety, if you minimize quality activity and maximum quality, because you're there. Why you want site? Why you fill up 100 lines for inspection? Why? Minimum, okay, you go and see youngsters, fine, both are satisfied. Client is satisfied, fine. And it's not one inspection. You have to do many inspections. You have to do reinforced inspection, you have to do compact inspection, you have to do concrete inspection, you have to do post-concrete inspection. So why to stick to detailed inspection every time? Okay, I have seen 5 things. Move. Why to stay there for nothing? To disturb your time, disturb his time, move, move and move. Means that is dynamism of management. It's not government of India. And here, stick there, red line, zero, IS for the pilot. Oh, it's not that. You have to keep moving your machine. Machine cannot stop. Only for maintenance purpose. You are machine quality. You have to work like that. You are executive quality. You have to work like that. Move, move, move without errors. With improvement. With look ahead time. Look ahead 3 months. Look ahead 6 months. Look ahead 1 year. Program and procure resources accordingly and move. This is practical aspect of management engineering, not business management, work management. You will not find in books anywhere, because books are written by professors, not by professionals. Professors and professionals are different. They are professional teachers, not professional workers. We are not professional teachers, we are professional workers. This हम प्रोफेशनल अनपढ़ हैं, हम लेमैन हैं, अनपढ़ हैं, पढ़े लिखे मजदूर कहते हैं. आई कॉल माई सेल्फ पढ़ा लिखा गंवार. बेहतर है कहना बजाय ज्यादा बुद्धि उसकी. Yes, I am पढ़ा लिखा गंवार, odd educated person. You are VIPs, elite professional. Okay, thank you very much. Wish you all the best. You stay there. I am better on my stone chair. You sit to me a VIP chair, no problem. But I am producing assets for nation, assets for society, and your job is to take your food based on that asset. That's only difference. You are eating your food because of my hard work. That's my answer. So you consider our questions. Okay. I learn from sight. I learn from work. I learn from nature, people, machine, specifications, technologies, and tell you what should be done. You will learn same in field and you will tell others. What is better you think of? This is better. You are working for something concrete, for something asset like, and development is that. Indeed, when this project is over, you will be thrown out. No problem. Another project would come. Sequence is there. Chain never stops. It moves on and on and on. This is life. One day everybody has to go. Nobody will stay. But personal and private satisfaction is a must. At least you will not regret him. I did not work for this. Why to take that regret with you when you have potential, your mind, your energy, God gives you time and opportunity? Why not to avail that power? I think that way. I don't know what you think about. It is easy to say that this man is labor, this man is technician, very small guy. Okay, no problem, small guy. But at least he is human being. Tell me, if these small guys are not here, available, can you deliver projects? If these illiterate people who have no background of engineering, no background of education, but they have a background of hand skills, physical skills, they can lift weight, they can lift concrete, they can lift mortar, they can work in dirty clothes, they also respire. They also, you say, breathe like you breathe. They also take food. Only they have not gone to school, they have not gone to university, but they learn something technical which you don't have. So you may call them worker. You can call them worker. They don't know good English. They cannot express in their own language. They cannot express in their own writing itself. That is their deficiency. But they have another efficiency which is much better useful than theirs. They work for you. It may be mason, it may be carpenter, it may be welder, it may be plumber, it may be skill fixer, or whosoever, even a tea boy, a office boy, a charge hand, a foreman. They are parts of your train. Your training is useless if you alone move as engine. There is no bogies behind. Your bogies are these people. You are responsible to move them with you. And if you do not know how to shunt a dish with you, shuttle with them, you are nowhere. Then you can be a designer only, you can be a planner only, nothing else. Because you do not know how to get work from them, how to deal with them, how to bring them as your friends and brothers during non-work time, how to help them. That is part of humanity. Yes, I am big man, I'm educated man, but big for what? Not for those people. As for myself, how can I submit my services to world? For that you should be big, but not for these people. These are bigger to you because they are putting you in power. If they are not there, you are not there. What can alone I am doing? I can't do anything alone. Just like a national leader cannot do anything alone with public. It's same thing. So we should change this mindset. It is teamwork. It's not unique man word. Yes, you can write poem, that is your own. There's no need of these people. You can write story, you can write books, you can speak to people on your own. But when work is concerned, you have to procure them with you, without which you will not even move. Forget derailing. Only purpose is that I am trying to communicate with you people to change your mindset. If you have some wrong conception in mind, I am unmarried, I am big, I have these degrees. Yes, you are. But don't forget, your degrees are not being used. If you want to use your degrees to practical life, you have to involve with this kind of environment where you have to administer, you have to manage, you have to relate, and you have to link every relation with these people and other classes of people. Means you must have different kind of parameters in your character, and you have to share momentarily or with longevity all kinds of roles from a watchman to head. Otherwise, you cannot control it. What I say watchman, it doesn't mean guard, guard of all. That is watchman. Means your eyes should look in all directions simultaneously to share what's happening. So that every time you don't need go to that person, but from distance you can see what someone is doing, and you are sure that that person will do that. And where mistake is being caused, you will have an idea how people must be performing. You would have an idea because you may recover at that time. You're just distant. I did a mistake. I did not tell that person what to do. So you immediately recall that missing information which failed to reach to that required person. You'll either call him, go to him, or call a person. Oh, I follow you. Just this also you have to do. That is where you're like. If you just stand there all the time, gripping them and polishing them, you won't do that. You won't be successful. That is degree of trust is maybe 90%, 80%. But you have to live with, okay, give them chance of one mistake, no problem. Give them chance of inefficiency, no problem. Because you have your supports, you have foreman level, supervisor level, junior level, other level. They should be integral part of yourself. Only then you can move. And that is principle of management, that delegate your work to those two so that you can go to your own actions. If you just be busy with them, they will not get any training or confidence. They won't have any degree of trust in themselves. To build up, you have to separate them momentarily, isolate them aside, and you be somewhere else and see whether or not they are capable, and they are let them understand how far you trust them. This is very philosophical discussion because it's difficult sometimes, but in routine when you are there for months and years at one place with them, it generates trust because they will repeat that activity many times. So that repetition itself is a proof that they are getting a degree of expertise in that activity. So they of course shall learn from one. Remember, this skilled man, skilled workforce is very smart because they struggle, maybe smarter than you. Sometimes I've seen they give such ideas which I could never imagine because they work on front. And my mind doesn't get that idea. Being intelligent, being so much crowded with information, these people are only on that activity, and they give you many type of arrangements of that sometimes, and that works. It happens. Foreman, I see such foreman. We teach them do like this, and they accept that because relation is like that, and they talk loose too because relation of foreman and workers is like. Sometimes they abuse and they are happy. One foreman told me, if I don't give some abuses to them, they don't feel happy. So one day, since I am sick, I was not there, or I don't abuse them or scold them. I say, foreman साहब आपका तबीयत तो ठीक है, क्या बात करूं? आपने आज गाली नहीं दिया, डांटा नहीं. See relation means they are not serious about foreman's abuses, but they enjoy that. Oh, foreman गुस्सा आ रहा है, मजा आ गया, गुस्सा कर रहा है foreman. उनका यही एंटरटेनमेंट है. क्या करेंगे? 10 घंटे, 10 hours, 2 hours they are on job they are doing hard work, but they want little kind of as entertainment among themselves. Where to go? They are not going to movie, they are nothing. This desert, they are sitting in desert like soldiers in army. So they need a kind of entertainment, and this is entertainment on sites and projects. This is a kind of entertainment people enjoy. What is this, gentleman? I don't know. Okay, yes, come on. Yes, gentlemen, Mr. Subhash. Hello. Hello, Mr. Subhash, good morning. I'm not seeing anything. Are you there? You is off. Hello, good morning. Are you there? I don't want to see your bat. Show me your face. Yes, please. Hello, good morning. Do you want to say something? Do you want to say something? I'm live. Do you want to say something? हेलो. कुछ बोलना है तो बोलो भाई. आप लेटे हो तो लेटे रहिए, क्यों किया है मुझे कॉल? हेलो. वेस्टिंग टाइम. हेलो, कुछ कहना है? कुछ कहना है? हेलो. बताइए क्या करें? Cough. Such persons are useless. Hello. Just calling. I think this is a result of lockdown. This lockdown. People are nervous. No time. Can't sleep. Talk something. Well, you have to face such maybe you are facing such encounters on your own, on your mobiles and facing on laptop. Well, I don't mind this. You have to digest this to some extent. But I feel angry when they come, they cross limit. When I feel really anger, it's anguish. Why you are talking to me nonsense? Why you are showing your naked body of this? Means I'm not related to that. So I was just talking about role of people on sites and role of those. So far, office people are not involved. This is all layman activity. And unfortunately, I have worked with many nationalities. That's my good luck. I have worked with many Arabic nationalities, Lebanon, Palestine, Libyans, Iraqis, and many more. Syrians, Egypt, Jordanis, and also Far East people, many more Thailand, the Philippines, and others, and also West people, Americans, English people, and European people, many nationalities. So it gives you some input of a kind, and they respect their roles. I have seen welders being mechanical managers, when plumbing people being managers of plumbing. They never believe in lower roles, and they are proud of, I am a welder, and they say, I am a welder, sir. This is difference of impression. You don't respect your role, they respect your roles. That's difference only. No other. They are not hygiene. What's your education? I'm HNs, means they're high national certificate, which is equivalent to I think our senior secondary or matriculation, I don't know. That is maximum they have, except those who are chartered engineer. I'm not talking of that. Average certificate, 80% of these West people have matriculation, and they are managers because they know welding, they know plumbing, they know something else, and masonry, and they cannot come in role of small position. So they are recruited because of scan and passport nationality. They get jobs of executive managers, you can say working managers, and they feel pride in that. This is their culture, and we are all graduated. We believe in graduate, and we should be of that level. Otherwise, we are nothing. This is our culture. But when you come in international connection, you change your mindset. All these our bureaucrats are zero if you consider them into international scale. They are nothing. Just English language is not important in the university. Your expressions, your school of thoughts, how you think is more important. English is not that powerful there because they do not respect English to that much. I talk to many friends. You don't know English. Why should I know English? He is in his own language. That person is great. That person doesn't they go to foundation, take out his shirt, take out if it's hot, take out his banyan even, and pant also in one underwear and check. Can you? That engineer checks. How's sweating? Take out shirt, take out pant. In underwear only, take feet up, take drying in one check. Can we do that? We will never do it. First of all, we will not go to foundation depth. We'll stay outside, go and check for me. This is work culture. That's why they move forward and they went back. This is forest culture. They stick to work. Work, work, work. Senior is responsible. Here, I don't know who is responsible. I don't know. Somebody is responsible or not. It's not whether we know spelling of responsibility. Maybe you know, I don't know. I'm not sure whether I know responsibility or not. But they move work. They move work physically. We hold work physically. This is difference. They give quality. What they say, they do it. And when you say, I trust this man, means it's not simple statement. If some Arabic manager says, this is good worker, you should take it in high profile because his meaning of good is not lax and extraordinary or outstanding. Your meaning of good is normal. His meaning of good means something very big. There's a difference of approach. If some Arabic guy talks about majboot work, majboot means very solid worker. Here, why is working so hard? You should work the hard. Our approach is that. So this is cultural difference. We are behind, too behind in culture, and they are on culture. That is the. They don't show that they are working 18 hours a day. They don't like it because they are so tired in 8 hours. They can't work 18 hours. We don't work in 8 hours and then we start work. Actually, if your work duty is 12 hours, we will not do 12 hours. We will talk 12 hours and they start after that. Here they stop at that time and go home. I can't work. I'm tired. I have to cook my food. So try to understand gap. We are silent people, not working people showing a lot. They do not show anything. They deliver. That is different. Once happened, some material computers arrived in one site, a mechanical department. Many computers were delivered. There was no one to offload. I saw that. I told your materialist, I was coordinator here. I told that British mechanical manager, your material is there, nobody is offloading. He did not take it very surprisingly. Gap went to see the pickup. Okay. He opened his door and started taking life himself. And one he brought, second he brought, and now Kerala guys saw that. They came behind just to show that we are with you. Before that, they didn't know anything. And they also started. This is their spirit. Our people don't do that. I have seen chairman of one Libyan company, our joint venture with them, chairman of company, he was tying rope of a truck because there was no one. I saw one minister in Libya. One day, one helper who raises the staff with the surveyor, he was not available. Surveyor watching, why, who should help me? What are you doing? Oh, he told me there's a problem. So, okay, I take this staff and that man, minister of national government, took his staff standing there. Can we do that? See difference of working method. Because they don't mind working at lowest level. They go into problem and solve problem. I have seen these people coming to me in Libya, highest people. What is problem? Tell me problem. I told one day, there's some problem, it's no entertainment, there's no television channel here. We are getting Sicily TV or Italian TV, and we don't understand that. People said, what do you want? Some- He brought one VCR and 4, 5 cassettes in this 1983-84. Okay, bring people, let them. I have brought this, you see them, I'll take that. Do we have that spirit? He is concerned about entertainment of people. See, that is difference. If you want to get something, you have to pay something, to give something. That approach we do not have, and still it's same. Still, we are doing that for international companies, but we could never do it for our people. We are doing for them because we are taking salary from them. This is answer of management. This is why I understand by management. I don't know your opinion may be different, but my opinion is this. Well, thank you, gentlemen. It's too late now. I'll talk later on. I thank you once again. So, gentlemen.